the People program about 7 years ago, where we started cooking warm home-cooked meals to deliver to the homeless in Venice. And then in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, we've been able to launch in the last 3 weeks our mutual aid program to get food to families in need here on the West Side. Currently, we have about 26 households that we're serving, with about 92 people total in that, and that's only in the last 3 weeks. We're just growing and growing. Every day we get more requests for help. It's presented challenges. We're building the airplane and learning to fly and trying to get it off the ground all at once. But we have had such wonderful support from the community, from Legato, from Mother's Group here in Westchester and Playa del Rey. Don't underestimate the moms. They'll turn out en masse. We are all 100% volunteers.
Having a direct impact on your local community like this, we're directly helping people who need it, is really important, and it sort of can bring up your spirits a lot at a time like this when there's lots of people who need help, and you can get out there yourself and volunteer and make a difference to those people who need it.
June is National Pride Month, the time of the year when we give focus to the ongoing issues of gender identity and gender equality. One of the city's best-known figures in the transgender community is Karina Samala. She is an advocate to some, a mother figure to others, a teacher, and a trailblazer. Here's her story.
I am Karina Samala. I am the current chair of the City of Los Angeles Transgender Advisory Council, and I'm also the founding chair and still a member of the City of West Hollywood Transgender Advisory Board. Both boards give recommendations to the mayor, the city council, and all government entities within the city on any issues regarding the transgender community. I am known to be the mother of the Los Angeles transgender community because I respond to all the calls from my community siblings or daughters out there, and anybody that asks for help, I go and help them. A lot of our older trans women already going to that age needs, healthcare and housing, and I'm very appreciative and very lucky that we live in a city such as Los Angeles and Hollywood. We have government officials who are there really helping our community, and that I'm truly grateful, because right now I go to a lot of our city council members and also the mayors that are there when I come and ask for help. They're there to help. I support Black Lives Matter. To me, all lives matter. I've worked with law enforcement. I sit on their advisory board of the Sheriff Department and LAPD, doing policies that we were created for interaction with the transgender community. All the policies that are being used right now to help our community has gone through the work that our group had done. During the AIDS epidemic and stuff like that, we were really out there with nothing. A lot of people really looked down upon us and say, hey, we did this to ourselves, and they didn't even care about us. And so now we're having the coronavirus. Now they're targeting Asian American families and Asian American people, especially the Asian transgender community that we brought in the coronavirus. I see a really bright future, being there for each other, moving forward. United, we stand forward. Together, we rise. Happy Pride, Los Angeles. Being this is the 50th anniversary of LA Pride. Be safe, be proud, and be free.
Black Lives Matter, and I feel like today is the day that we're supposed to stand together and really show solidarity for what we believe in.
if I don't do something to help my black brothers and sisters, my Latino brothers and sisters, my Asian brothers and sisters, all my brothers and sisters. This has gone on for far too long, and I've seen it going on. I've done little bits in the past to protest and try to be a part of change, but it just hasn't been enough. And now I'm going to do everything in my power to be there for them and to fight along with them. This is not my plight, but it is my fight.
I just want to be heard. I want us all to be heard, and I want us to be seen, and I want us to be seen that we're good people, and we're just out here just trying to survive as well, just as everyone else. And we're all equal. We all bleed red. We do. You know what I mean? We're no different than anybody else.
What I'm trying to accomplish is unity with the community. Doesn't matter what race you are. Doesn't matter where you're from. We're all in this fight together. We're one species, and that's human. And that's what I'm here for.
Compost collection resumes at the Atwater Farmers Market. It's the Day of the Ancestors Festival of Masks in Lamert Park. All this next on Virtual Things to Do.
Breathe, move, heal. Learn and experience Afro-diasporic dance with Baron Leitner. Each week includes an introduction to an Afro-diasporic social dance. The workshop series will culminate in a virtual performance for the 10th annual Day of the Ancestors, Festival of the Masks at the Lamert Park Art Walk. All ages are welcomed and invited to participate in this free series of public programs. For more information on this Zoom event, visit lacommons.org/Festival of Masks. Soundtrack for a Movement is a musical offering, a place to let go, and a call to cultivate our collective power. Each Saturday of Pride Month, they'll provide a soundtrack for this movement while amplifying Black and queer artists on their digital dance floor. Move, groove, dress up, dress down, perform and play in a virtual space that you'll co-create together. Bring your family, your pets, your costumes, whatever gets you in the party mood. This party is open to everyone all over the world. Check out Soundtrack for a Movement June 27th at 5 p.m. For details, visit their listing on Eventbrite. Bring your food scraps to the Atwater Village Farmers Market. They'll be collected and composted locally at their regional compost hub located at the Audubon Center at Debs Park. There is no right container to store and bring your compost. You probably already have a great bin, jar, or bag at home. Use what you have. The Community Compost Collection is volunteer-powered and community-funded. If you enjoy composting with LA Compost, they ask for a donation of $1 to $5 per drop-off. Take advantage of the compost collection at the Atwater Farmers Market, Sunday, June 28th. For information, visit lacompost.org. And that's a look at some virtual things to do.
That's it for this edition. I'm Saida Pagan. From all of us here at LA This Week, thanks for joining us. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org. We're also on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. See you next time for more LA This Week.
sure. And we're going to insert the planning people.
I'll do the roll call and then you kick in. How's that?
That's up to you. That's how it's written.
Okay.
Well, yeah, it doesn't really matter which way we do it. So if you...
Okay, good morning and welcome to the Los Angeles City Council. Today is Tuesday, June 30th. I'm Noreen Martinez, the President of the City Council. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield present.
Bonin.
Bonin present.
Buscaino.
Buscaino present.
Cedillo.
Cedillo present.
Harris Dawson.
President ready for action.
Okay. Koretz.
Present.
Krikorian. Lee.
Present.
Martinez.
Present.
O'Farrell.
Present.
Price.
Present.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Rue.
Present.
Wesson.
Wesson here.
13 members present and a quorum, Madam President.
Okay, let's go ahead with first order of business.
Approval of the June 24th, 2020 minutes.
It's moved by Mr. Rue and seconded by Mr. Wesson. Next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Moved by Mr. Blumenfield and seconded by Mr. Buscaino. Next.
Madam President, today is Tuesday and time for the flag salute.
Mr. Blumenfield, will you please lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure, if everyone could rise, place your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and run through the agenda.
Madam President, would council like all items to go forthwith today?
Without objection, that will be the order. Next.
Items 1 and 2 are items noticed for public hearing. Items 3 through 55 are items for which public hearings have been held. For the record, committee reports for items 14, 21, 31, 44, 45 have been posted online are now before council. Committee report for item 46 should be held on the desk until the report is posted online and available for council consideration. Next, items 56 through 81 are items for which public hearings have not been held. Finally, item 82 is a closed session item. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, without objection, those items are now before us. Members, do you have any amending motions, or would you like to call any of the items before us special? Mr. Wesson?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Wesson?
35 for an amendment.
35 for an amendment. Can you read that into the record, please?
I move that the matter of the categorical exemption and housing committee report relative to 2020 to 2021 46 program year of the housing and Community Development Consolidation Plan, item 35 on today's agenda, be amended to adopt the following additional recommendations. Authorize the Housing and Community Investment Department to reprogram $300,000 from the Pico Library Pocket Park to the Debbie Allen Dance Academy for the renovation of their building located at 2231 West Washington Boulevard, Los Angeles, subject to eligibility determination for CDBG funds. Authorize HCID to submit an amendment to the consolidated plan as necessary to effectuate the intent of the motion and prepare controller instructions and or make any technical adjustments that may be required and are consistent with these actions, subject to approval of the CLA, and authorize the controller to implement these instructions.
Okay, is there a second?
I second that, Madam Chair. A second.
Okay, seconded by Mr. Price. Any others, Mr. Wesson?
I'm good.
All right, Mr. Blumenfield?
Yes, thank you. I have a technical amendment to number 58, which I can read into the record.
Go ahead.
It says, approve item 58 on today's council agenda relative to the communication from the South Valley Area Planning Commission, recommendation approval of the negative declaration investing zone change ordinance for the proposed 27-unit for affordable unit multifamily project located at 6834-6840 North Baird Street, subject to conditions and findings of approval attached to the council file number 20-0393.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Correct. Any others, Mr. Blumenfield?
That's it. Thank you.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to call item 67 special for remarks and questions, and item 55 for an amendment.
Go ahead and introduce your amendment for item 55.
To add the following recommendation: to authorize the police department to accept a donation of $350,000 from the Los Angeles Police Foundation to be used to fund an independent report by the National Police Foundation on the actions of LAPD during recent demonstrations against police brutality and racism. Oh, and request the Board of Police Commissioners to present the National Police Foundation report to the City Council for consideration once complete.
Is there a second on your amending motion?
I'll second.
Second.
Mr. O'Farrell? Any others, Ms. Rodriguez?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Mr. O'Farrell?
Thank you, Madam President. Items 21 and 52 for remarks, please.
21 and 52?
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Buscaino?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to call item 4 for comments. Item 4.
Any others?
That's it. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Cedillo?
Muting me. Someone keeps muting me. Madam Chair, I would like, at your pleasure, to move to adopt on item 34, 35, and 73. On item 34,
Item 34, go ahead.
I would move to adopt the CAO report. Item 35, I move to amend and would like the CLA staff, Chris Espinosa, to read the amendment into the record.
Okay, hold on for just a second. So on item 34, was there a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Buscaino, you're on tonight. Now you're on to item 35. Mr. Espinosa is now at the table. You want him to read your amending motion?
Correct, the amendment into the record, yes.
Go ahead, sir. Good morning. Your mic's not working. Give us just a second. You turn on his mic.
Good morning. Good morning, Chris Espinosa, CLA. I move that the matter of the categorical exemption and Housing Committee report relative to the 2021-46 program year of the Housing and Community Development Consolidated Plan, item number 35 on today's agenda, Council File 19-1204 be amended to adopt the following additional recommendations. 24, adopt the contract authorities and additional controller instruction attached to the Chief Legislative Analyst report dated June 26, 2020, attached to the file. 25, extend the procurement period for the Family Source System from 5 years to 6 years from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022, and extend the procurement period of the Family Source Program evaluation from 3 to 4 years from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022, in order to provide additional time for a new procurement process to be completed prior to July 1st, 2022. Number 26, correct attachment A of the Chief Legislative Analyst report dated June 3rd, 2020 to specify that the CDBG funding amount for the Skid Row Clean Team Job Training Program Expansion Urban Alchemy Project, line item 28, is $600,000, and that the CDBG funding amount for the Skid Row Pit Stop, Refresh Stop, Hygiene Stations, Expansion Urban Alchemy Project, line item 29, is $283,000, inasmuch as the funding amounts for these two projects were inadvertently switched. 27, reprogram $900,000 in PY45 CDBG savings from Affordable Housing Managed Pipeline and Program Delivery, line item 50, to the Program Year 45 Home Ownership Assistance Program, line item 51, to address increased salary and related costs and to ensure that the CDBG administrative cap is not exceeded. 28, authorize the Housing and Community Investment Department to make technical corrections to any fund transfer instructions, as well as to any contract authorities as may be needed to effectuate the intent of the Consolidated Plan Budget fiscal year 2021 as adopted by Council. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
By Mr. O'Farrell. Do you have any other items, Mr. Cedillo?
I do. Item 73.
Okay, is that for a name, you're calling it special, or do you have an amending motion?
That's special for remarks.
Okay. Any others?
That's it, Madam Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Roof?
I'd like to hold 51 for comments.
Any others?
That's it.
Mr. Price?
Madam President, I have an amendment for item 35.
Go ahead.
I move that the matter of the categorical exemption and housing committee report relative to the 2020 and 2021 46th program year of the Housing and Community Development Consolidation Plan, item 35 on today's agenda, be amended to adopt the following additional recommendation. 1, authorize the Housing and Community Investment Department to reprogram $550,000 from the James Slauson Rec Center splash pad / restroom to A, the Teresa Lindsay Multipurpose Senior Center in the amount of $200,000 and the Hoover Intergenerational Center in the amount of $350,000. And authorize the HCA to submit an amendment to the consolidated plan as necessary to effectuate the intent of this motion and prepare controller instructions and/or make any technical amendments that may be required and are consistent with these actions, subject to the approval of the Chief Legislative Analyst, and authorize the controller to implement these instructions. That's my amendment, Madam President.
I second that, Madam President.
Second by Mr. Wesson. Mr. Price, do you have any others?
Yes, item 74.
Okay, is that special, or did you want to introduce an amending motion?
I've got an amending motion.
Go ahead.
I move that the communication from the City Administrative Officer, Economic and Workforce Development Department, Workforce Development Board, and Chief Legislative Analyst relative to the Workforce Development Board Year 21 Annual Plan for the program year 2020 to 2021 and related matters. Item 74 on today's agenda, Council File 20-0673, be amended as follows. 1, adopt recommendations 1 and 3 to approve the recommendations in the CAO and CLA reports attached to the file, and 2, delete recommendation 2 relative to the EWDD/WDB report, inasmuch as the joint EWDD/WDB report is suspended by the CAO report.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Koretz.
Thank you.
Mr. Gregorian?
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'd like to call item 33 special for purposes of a technical amendment. And if it's appropriate, I don't know if, because I had a little trouble logging in earlier, I'd like to call 44, 45, and 46 special.
Okay, hold on for just a second. So there's a technical amendment on 33. Why don't you go ahead and read that?
Thank you. I move that the categorical exemption, Transportation Committee report, and resolution relative to establishing preferential parking district number 277 in the Laurel Grove neighborhood, item 33 on today's council agenda, Council File 20-0436, be amended to replace references to the State Route 101 Hollywood Freeway with a corrected reference to the State Route 170 Freeway.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. O'Farrell? What are the other items, Mr. Gregorian?
44, 45, and 46.
These are just special for you?
Yes.
Okay, any others?
No, that should do it. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Price, did you have another item?
I just need to recuse myself from item 14, please.
Okay, Mr. Price needs to recuse himself from item 14. Mr. Koretz, did you have anything? We can't hear you, Mr. Koretz.
Yes, I believe I have to recuse myself from item 44 as a potential conflict. And if there are any other items that I'm not spotting regarding the separation incentive program, I should also be recused for those.
Okay, so item 44 for Mr. Koretz. Mr. Harris-Dawson?
I'd like to call item number 55 special for discussion.
Which one? Is that 55?
55, yeah, that one was called special also by Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you.
Any others? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and prepare to take public comment. So, Madam Clerk, why don't you go ahead and read the call-in information for our callers?
As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment should call 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466 and then press the pound key. Then press pound again when prompted for participant ID number. Once admitted into the meeting, press *9 to request to speak. Again, members of the public wishing to offer public comment should call 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466 and then press the pound key. Press pound key again when prompted for participant ID. Once admitted into the meeting, press *9 to request to speak.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney, go ahead and explain our speaking rules to the members of the public.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. To members of the public calling in, when it is your turn to speak, please state which of the agenda items you'd like to speak on. You have 1 minute per item to speak, up to 3 minutes total, and if you wish, 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin with the agenda items before taking general public comment. We will tell you when your time is up. When speaking on the agenda items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you're not speaking on topic, or if we cannot tell whether you're speaking on an agenda item, you will get one brief warning from me or the president. If you do not immediately get clearly on topic or again stray off topic, the president will cut you off and you will forfeit the rest of your speaking time, and we will move on to the next speaker. We will take 40 minutes total of public comment. For members of the public calling in to speak, as soon as you hear someone address you, you are live in the council meeting. If you're also listening to the council meeting on your computer, channel 35 or other device, please turn down the volume on those devices immediately. There's a time delay between the live meeting and the broadcasts on those devices, and it will cause confusion if you continue to listen on your other devices. Finally, we do have 2 items today, numbers 1 and 59. They're a fair hearing item. Members of the public are free to comment on those items. To the applicant and appellate and the members and relevant staff, we'll deal with the fair hearing items, giving the applicant and appellant additional time to speak later in this meeting. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Go ahead and let's take the first speaker.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, this is Richie Sergenko from Sunrise Movement LA and the People's City Council. I'm calling to talk about 48, 73, and general public comment.
Okay, you have 3 minutes and your 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Yeah, so item 48, the Wesson, Marquise Harris Dawson motion. MHD, why'd you block People's City Council and not .LA on Twitter? Doesn't seem very, very nice. We consider you an ally, Marquise, and we want to work with you on this motion. But blocking us on Twitter doesn't show that you want to be an ally. But anyways, I think this is a good first step. This motion is a good first step, but it's not enough. When the people say defund the police, they mean really defund the police. And there needs to be clarification in the language of the motion, you know, about what is nonviolent, non-criminal. And so, yeah, and I also want to mention that yesterday I got kicked off the Budget Finance Committee line while I was waiting. That has never happened before, and I'm not really sure why. And then 73, it's the Hillside via eminent domain. To support an eminent domain, we support Hillside via. But then for general public comment, I just want to let you guys know I'm really tired, and it's because, you know, the people are going up against you all, and they're saying support a people's budget, defund the police. We've been doing this for over a month, and Kokorian, you at the beginning of the month you were like, we can make changes as we go. Don't worry, we're gonna make changes. You haven't done shit yet. So it's like, what else are we gonna do? And then you guys are all gonna go on break, and you're gonna be at your houses, which is great because we have all of your addresses. We know where you live. We have your home phone numbers. Call Correct. We know about your other house in West Hollywood. We're gonna show up at the house we were at on Saturday and the one in West Hollywood. We have your home number. We have your wife's number. If you all don't wanna make changes, your life isn't gonna be fun. And you're gonna go on break, and we're gonna make sure you hear from the people. Because clearly calling into city council meetings isn't working. So maybe showing up in front of your houses at all hours, calling your wife, your partners.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Rosie Gone Lambert, and I'd like to speak on item 48 in general public comment.
Okay, you have 1 minute for each. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, you know, I think it's funny the way that people keep calling into these meetings, and it feels like no change is happening. And I just kind of feel every time I listen to these meetings that you guys are just waiting for us to stop yelling. And instead of waiting for us to stop yelling, you could do your job and you can listen to your constituents and you can make actual change. We really need people we need you to invest in communities. We need you to defund the police. These are things that we've been calling for. As the last caller mentioned, if you don't listen to us this way, we're going to go to other alternatives to make you listen, which I know you don't want. And while I'm on the subject, I just want to remind anyone, I did this yesterday and I'm going to do it again. Paul Koretz has turned out of the city council, but he is running for city controller. So every single person listening to this, if you don't like how Paul Koretz has acted or how he acts today, you can vote against him in the upcoming city controller election. So I hope to God that someone good runs against him, but please remember that we have the power to hold these people who aren't listening to us responsible. So those of you who are listening to me right now who are in the city council, I hope you take that seriously and think about how you act today. But for the rest of us, they work for us and we can show them how we feel about them, even if they've turned out of the city council, because they have ambitions for what they're going to do next, and we can decide whether or not they happen. I yield my time.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Kessler, and I'd like to speak on item 48 and make general public comment.
Okay, you have 1 minute for each. Go ahead.
Okay, basically, I'm just going to say what everyone else is saying. I've been calling into these meetings for weeks and weeks on end, all of June, and it just sounds like you're just kind of dragging us along. So I think 48 would be awesome. I'm happy that you guys are taking the 150 and putting it towards programs, but like we've been saying, that is not enough. That is literally pocket change. It's a slap in the face. You need to defund the police, take way more money, put way more money into these programs, and just stop lying to us every week. Oh, you guys, don't worry. We have the whole year to work on this. Why don't you just work on it now? Like, why procrastinate? Just do your job. You literally are here to serve us. What are you doing? Wake up. I have no other words. I'm exhausted by you guys. Do your job. Do your job. Defund the police. Do your job. Thank you. I yield my time.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Christiana Cobb-Dozier. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. What items do you want to speak on?
I'd like to speak on item 48 and give a general public comment.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm calling.
You have 1 minute for each.
I'm calling like the others before me in support of the Weston Martinez Harris Dawson motion to move nonviolent calls to unarmed non-police responders. I think we do need to rework our language a bit in that and think about what it is non-criminal calls as well. And the demand for a strong community-driven implementation. I'm requesting that City Council heed the work of the People's Budget LA. We are tired, but we're not going to stop even though we're tired. So I'm just requesting that you listen to these proposals, you listen to the research, the surveys the people have called out. We have marched in the streets, and we know that $150 million is not enough, but adopting the People's Budget and reallocating that funding to necessary sources in LA, such as health for our community, housing security, public health, healthcare, mental health, wellness, grassroots organizations. They're already out here doing the work. And so if we don't act on this now, and we go ahead with the mayor's awful budget, that will not bring peace to the city of LA. We need peace in the city, and that means you need to act on what the people are asking for. Thank you. I yield my time.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hello, my name is Zach Frank, and I'd like to speak on item 4873 and general comment, please.
Okay, you have 2 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. On item 48, I would like to also voice my support for the Weston Harris Dawson motion. And I suggest that you're going to fund this service by defunding the LAPD, which would no longer be needed to respond to non-emergency situations. In fact, we should just not have them respond to any emergency situations ever again. Secondly, on item 73, I implore that you approve this item. And for general comment, I mean, are y'all getting tired of us calling all the time and telling you to defund the police and actually do something, or do you guys actually kind of get off on this? Because the LAPD current budget is still $3.152 billion. It would only cost us $640 million to house all the homeless, maybe even less if we commandeered those illegal buildings that all you guys signed off on before your colleague got arrested by the FBI for taking bribes and fraud and all those things that you guys seem to also have voted for, all those bills that he promised. So that's kind of suspicious. So maybe do something before you guys get thrown into jail by leaving a good legacy of making it possible for us to fund public services and infrastructure and do it by defunding the police. We don't need them. You get them down to 2% of the city budget, and they would still be the best, the most highly funded department in the city. We could pay for all of these issues that we have. We could take care of the problems that we're facing because of COVID, like everyone is going to be evicted soon because you guys keep kicking the can down the line instead of doing something serious, like, not allowing evictions at all because nobody can pay for their rent or mortgages, so we don't lose businesses and people don't become homeless and we make the problem worse. So defund the police. Stop making us call all the time. Just do it. That's what we want. That's what the whole city wants, is what we keep calling for. So please do it.
Thank you.
Don't run.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on. Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
My name is Morgan Lester. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I would like to speak on item 48 and give general public comment.
You have 1 minute for each. Go ahead.
Thank you. In a study authored by Jeff Asher and Benjamin Horowitz, in major cities, law enforcement responds to calls of crime 4% of the time. The remaining 96% of the calls are for non-criminal activity. We do not need a militarized police force to respond to these calls. The suggested cut of $133 million is ridiculous compared to the billions plus in funds allocated to law enforcement. That means we can cut 90% or more of the LAPD budget, and they can respond to those 4% of criminal calls. You can find a huge portion of this cut within the LAPD Air Support Division and Sheriff's Department, which boasts 36 helicopters. That's 9 more helicopters than Chicago, New York, Philadelphia, Phoenix, and Houston combined. We don't need 36 helicopters. We don't want to pay for 36 helicopters. Predictive policing doesn't work, and we want it to end. Since the city is shut down, we have unprecedented attention on these matters. In the past, you may have benefited from the lack of public attention towards your job. However, if you like your job, you want to keep your job, I'd recommend effectively responding to your constituents' overwhelming concerns. I yield the remainder of my time.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hello. It's Rob Kwan. I'd like to speak on items 73, 63, 80, 64, and general public comment.
Great. You have 3 minutes for the items and then 1 minute for your general public comment. Please begin.
Sure. I'll be a lot more brief than that. Support item 73 and using eminent domain for Hillside Villa. Item 63 with the state of emergency and COVID. Just as you were patching things up with the budget, your premature opening has backfired, and now this week, shit is hitting the fan once again. You reopened because of revenue needs for our budget, not the health needs of the people. Our reserve fund has been depleted, and the new budget hasn't even gone into effect yet. This bungled reopening isn't just on the mayor. It's on all of you for continuing to offer him a legislative blank check and operating a partially running council and giving him an ongoing state of emergency with no end. Our only way out of this is through more cuts to LAPD, so I hope you're ready to open up those contracts. $150 million isn't going to do it. You need to do more, but the budget commands that you do a whole hell of a lot more. Item 80 relates to the LA Riverway. I just want to shout out Mitchell Farrell and LA River Follies, providing endless meme material. Item 64 reports on LAPD implementation of a number of police reforms. Those reports usually echo your claims that we just need to identify and root out the bad apples with LAPD. But I think you can look within and look at yourselves and see what kind of job you do and calling each other out. You had a rotten ass apple sitting on the council for 18 months before you asked him to step aside. You're all, to varying degrees, unindicted co-conspirators. You were complicit in a culture of silence and deference that allowed his criminal enterprise to thrive. I want to close by noting that, you know, it's a little bizarre that we're still seeing council members blocking accounts on social media, especially Knock LA that's doing journalism and, you know, putting a focus on civic engagement. I know you maybe don't want a lot of people paying attention to what you're doing, but I think it is for the greater good. I don't know what you want, legal action, because you're going to lose on that end. Our council president has recognized that. So if you're blocking people on Twitter, you're just being petty and wasting time and wasting money playing games. I also want to note, you know, we spent $1.5 million settling cases for failure to comply with PRA requests over the last 3 years. How can we expect LAPD to comply with the PRA when our elected officials don't either? What could you do with $1.5 million right now? I know that seems like very little in the context of our budget, but every bit counts. Thank you. You have my time. Fuck you. You have my time. Fuck you.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on. Please turn down your device.
Caller, you need to turn on your device. We're getting a lot of feedback. Caller.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Mariko Monroe. I want to do item number 48 and general public comment.
You have 1 minute for each. Go ahead.
Thank you. First, I'd like to acknowledge that we're on Tongva land. Next, I want to quickly support Weston and Harris Dawson's motion to invest in alternatives and unarmed service providers for nonviolent emergency calls. Like everyone else who's called before me, I want to emphasize that this funding should come from defunding the police. With general public comment, we need to do much more work to defund the police. What was it, 130 something million that you've decided would defund is just a joke, not enough, not even nearly enough. It's insulting. You've heard for 4 weeks at the very least, hundreds of people call in about this, tweet about this. The work of the people's budget was presented to you by members of Black Lives Matter and beautifully done. And it was moving, it was insightful, it was concise, it was clear. The people have spoken repeatedly. You need to listen. This is your job. You're here to represent us, and all you're doing is twiddling your thumbs. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Please
Hello?
state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, Daniel Gus, all items in general public comment. I'm glad to see Ms. Martinez is now moving on 7111 Sepulveda Boulevard, which I wrote about a few months ago, but she didn't want to answer any questions about. I think it's very important for Ms. Martinez, though, or her staff to say what services she's going to provide to the people and animals who are living there. Otherwise, if you don't provide help for them, you're just moving them from this corner to that corner. And I think as city council president in her own district, she needs to answer questions about what she's going to do about the situation, because there are people and animals who need help. What are they going to do? Move alongside the 405 in Sepulveda again, move further down or north on Sepulveda? So good that you're addressing it. It's a very serious situation, but you got to explain what you're going to do for the people and the animals there. Regarding the budget, why is the city of Los Angeles subsidizing the wealthy Best Friends organization in an era where you're cutting across the board? Best Friend rakes in more than $50 million a year for the past decade. Why? They don't do any services. They don't do intake. All they do is set up their private nonprofit at the city-owned businesses where they don't pay rent. We pay for the utilities. We pay for the security. why is the city of LA subsidizing in an era of budget cuts this extremely wealthy nonprofit where the children of the executive directors all have jobs and a plane, et cetera, et cetera. Ms. Martinez, can you please tell the public why Jose Huizar has access to his city-owned, to his city email? He still has access to it as of yesterday. I emailed your office for comment. He should not. He's under indictment by the feds. He's suspended from city council. He should not have access to city documents, city communications, or city technology. That email password needs to be changed immediately and not let him have access to it. And finally, regarding the recent statements about what you're going to do about corruption, the city ethics department was supposed to be dealing with corruption, and that hasn't worked out too well. You need to have people from outside government be involved in this thing. And how about standing up and each council member and each elected official finally take a pledge saying, I had nothing to do with corruption. Almost 14% of your recent colleagues are either on their way to federal prison or likely on their way to federal prison. You need to have everybody stand up and say, I had nothing to do with corruption. And you should also call for a forfeiture of all retirement and health benefits, including pensions for anybody who is convicted of any sort of misconduct while on the job, sexual harassment, corruption, casino chips, all of that stuff. You should call for a forfeiture of all benefits, not just current health and pay benefits, but for retirement benefits. You need to stand up and guarantee us that there are very clear consequences, not just the legal, but the financial ones. Make sure they lose their pensions, the health care, the paycheck, the moment that they are convicted of anything. That's it. Have a good meeting, and thanks for giving me a chance to speak.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, I'm Nelson James, and I live in District 10, and I'm calling about item 48 and general public comment. Hello?
1 minute each, please.
Okay. I support the People's Budget and Black Lives Matter. I'm an African-American male who's lived in LA for half of my life, and unfortunately, every police stop I've ever had on the road has literally started with the assumption that the car is not mine and that I may be armed. They've approached my car with their hand on their holsters before I've even spoken. Honestly, it's only through the training and advice from my parents that these situations did not escalate. I've been taught to fear uniformed officers since I was a child, and frankly, that impulse remains to this day. Not once has a police officer made me feel protected, even in my own neighborhood, outside my very home. We must actually cut the LAPD budget, not just freeze the increase we're going to give them anyways. We must invest that money into communities and non-LAPD unarmed alternatives to the police. Don't pay lip service to us, do better. I yield the rest of my time to those who will never be able to speak again because of overly aggressive police actions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Speaker.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Yes, I'd like to speak on all items and general public comment, please.
Sure. So you have 3 minutes for the items and then 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning. All my comments revolve around the criminal enterprise of corrupt, self-serving looters known as the Los Angeles City Council. First out, item number 2. Again, we should not even be considering alcoholic beverages as far as liquor licenses at this time. Herb Wesson has done, I don't know how many of these, taken any damn penny he can, including vaping, thousands of dollars in vaping funds. Number 48, yes, resources should be directed away from the Los Angeles Police Department. This is not civilization. When over half the budget of the city of Los Angeles goes to militarism, this is not civilization. We are not living in civilization. The people want to change. Item number 48, yes, authored by supposedly Wesson and Dawson. Where have these people been all this time? These people, public, do not represent the black community. These people are called on, we knew they were going to do it, called on by Garcetti to keep us quiet, to make it appear that something is happening. Where have they been, that progress has been made? Herb Wesson's one of the biggest criminals on the planet. Why is he appointed to the ad hoc committee on police reform? And sleazy Marquise Dawson, who this council has given over almost $1 million in 2 luxury office moves. One, to take over the unemployment office in the black community on Crenshaw Boulevard, 5401 Crenshaw Boulevard. So this is hypocrisy at its greatest. Items 56 and 57, the mayor shouldn't be appointing anybody. Joel DeCento and Ray Chan, he appointed to Public Works. These people are being indicted. So why is he able to keep appointing anybody? Huizar, going to jail. Englander, going to jail. Wesson's chief of staff, Deron Williams, you want to convince us that you had nothing to do with this? You know nothing about this, Wesson? Herb Wesson is an existential threat to sheltered humanity. He was giving away dog homes just a couple months ago when he was still president of the city council. He had to step over people to get inside the building. Current Price under investigation. John Lee under investigation.
Oh yeah. Please continue with your general public comment, Mr. Moses.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
This is David Rockello, Chinatown resident. I want to thank the Honorable Council for letting me speak. I'm here to speak on item number 73. I urge you all to support Councilman Cedillo's leadership and the Hillside tenants. And I'm here to represent my friends and family at the Grand Plaza. We really need that 30-year extension. The rent is too damn high. The rent is too damn high. $50 would be an affordable rent, but the rent as it is just too damn high, and we need you to keep seniors in their homes. And it's very important that they don't become homeless, because we're having a hard time out here in Chinatown and with the COVID. And we really appreciate that you all just, do your best. If you don't like the defunding word, then demilitarize the police. All right, thank you, and I hope that you get these meetings on Zoom sometime, and you all are doing a wonderful job. Otherwise, please continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Which items would you like to speak on? Speaker?
Oh, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Please turn down the volume on your other devices. What items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on item 48 and general public comment.
Great. You have a minute for each. Please begin.
So I've always been perplexed with this country's obsession with over-criminalizing people. And that reflects in our budget, as over 50% of the budget is towards that. And why are we so invested in reactionary resources instead of things that prevent the very crime we're talking about? But to understand that, you have to look at the history of this country, because this is an American issue. This is bigger than just this city council. The fact remains is that slavery is still legal in this country under the 13th Amendment, where there's a loophole that allows for that to happen. So when we go from slavery to Jim Crow law, black codes where black people are being imprisoned, just for being outside. And then from that, we transfer over into the civil rights movement where we're dealing with segregation and redlining, where we couldn't get loans to build, equity. And if that's not enough, once we've been siphoned off into the ghettos, then guns and drugs were invested into our communities. And at that point, instead of treating those drugs like a health crisis, we criminalized it, and we tore families, and we put people in jail. And now we're in the era of mass incarceration, where again, we haven't atoned for America's original sin, which is slavery. So what we're asking for is that for once in this nation's history, can we please overinvest in caring about people, not in criminalizing people. Let us heal. I just gave you a timeline from the 1800s till now where communities have not been able to heal. So that's all we're asking for. I yield my time.
Thank you, Speaker.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Rachel Hastings from CD4, calling to speak on item 48 and general public comment.
Great, you have a minute for each. Please begin.
Great. I support item 48. I think it's a long overdue change to divert nonviolent service calls to agencies that will actually help our unhoused neighbors, those experiencing mental health crises, and more. And so I encourage you all to support it as well. And in regards to general public comment, I just want to say we need much bigger cuts to the LAPD budget. We need to invest in communities, in alternatives to police, and agencies that will actually protect and serve, especially in Black communities and communities of color. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Speaker.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Camille, 5, and I would like to speak on item 48 and have a general comment.
Great, you have a minute for each.
Thank you. First, item 48. I support the Wesson, Harrison, Dawson motion to invest in alternative unarmed service providers for nonviolent emergency calls. The presence of police can create tense situations that didn't need to be tense in the first place, usually worsening the outcomes for the people that are being called on. This disproportionately affects people of color and is unfair and dangerous, and we need to clarify to make sure that the language is very specific in this motion, that what exactly is labeled as nonviolent in order to not let this be taken advantage of. We don't need any more loopholes. And moving on, secondly, to my general comment.
Sure.
I wish that all the council members heavily consider Care Not Cops and the People's Budget LA for the following reasons. As more cases of COVID rise in Los Angeles County due to the early reopening, we're going to see even more severe domino effect of tragedies that we'll need to do as much as possible to ease and the people that are affected and not put more police on the street in order to criminalize them. When trying to find the money to support these programs, if you're afraid of the police departments that are threatening to withhold things like special victims unit services and longer 911 response times, then you need to take a hard look at who's running that department. It is unconscionable that they would withhold services, saying that their pay raises that you are denying them is going to make us suffer. We're all unemployed right now. We're sitting at home watching everything that you are not doing. You have been saying, again, since we've been included in these calls and Zoom meetings, that you will implement things as you go, but the only thing I've heard...
Thank you, Speaker.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Ngaupan Ha, and I'd like to speak on item 48 and general comment.
Great, you have a minute for each. Please begin.
Great. I support item 48 and also any policies that increase housing for the homeless and the poor, mental health services for, again, the underrepresented, underserved. I also support not like those services and not policing, not LAPD. Please defund or abolish the police. And in terms of the general comment, please adopt the people's budget from Black Lives Matter LA. I really want to live in a city that is generous and kind. And the current cuts from LAPD is not enough. This is my first time calling in, so hey. But the thing is, I hope that I won't have to call in about the city council adopting the people's budget again. As a 28-year-old Vietnamese American queer woman living in District 1, hello, Councilmember Cedillo, on Tongva Native American land, and I also live down the street from MacArthur Park. I understand that everyone here is listening to a lot of anger and frustration, but I take that as just please help represent us, the people, stand with us, the people. And I really hope that everyone will be working for kind and generous, like very, very kind and generous change. Black Lives Matter, Brayless Stone, don't let Brayless Stone die in vain, and Black trans lives matter. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yep.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Ernie Walker. I would like to give public comment.
You have 1 minute. Please
General
begin.
public comment. Yes, I imagine you guys are getting really sick of feeling like villains and being called villains. And believe me, we are sick and tired of calling you villains. You still have a chance to make this right. You still have a chance to be the heroes, and it's not hard. The people are telling you exactly what we want. We want the people's budget. We want to defund the police and abolish the police. And if you can do that, if you can be brave enough to take those steps, you guys can go out as heroes. Whatever part of you that made you get into public service is left, please, we're begging you to tap into that and move forward in the right direction. I yield my time.
Thank you, Speaker.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Nan. I would like to speak on item 48 and give general public comment.
You have a minute for each. Please begin.
All right, thank you. I'm a resident of District 13, and I support the Weston Martinez Harris Dawson motion to invest in alternative unarmed service providers for non-emergency calls. I urge the City Council to invest in Black and Brown communities' housing, healthcare, and education with community-driven, community-led services. We cannot allow the police to continue brutalizing, maiming, and murdering members of Black and Brown communities, and on our tax dollars at that. I demand City Council rejects the mayor's budget because $150 million is not enough. We demand a $3 billion cut, defund the police, and adopt the people's budget. I yield my time.
Thank you, Speaker.
Please state your name and the item you'd like to speak on.
Hello?
Yes, which items would you like to speak on?
I would like to speak on item 48 and submit a general public comment.
Okay, you have 1 minute for each. Please begin.
Okay, my name is Kristen. I live in the Culver City Palms area. Although I do support item 48, I think that it does not go further enough, as in it does not say to straight up defund the police, which I think is very, very necessary. It's also sad that it took people to literally riot and protest for you guys to listen. And people have been campaigning for this for a long time, but once property got destroyed, you guys got upset and all of a sudden don't care about what people think. So I think it's important to completely defund the police because there's not enough resources for working class communities of color, including Black, Indigenous, POC. The LAPD is a literal gang in, sheep's clothing, essentially, trying to propose themselves as someone to protect and serve, which is obviously not true, particularly exemplified during the protest itself, where they were tear gassing and shooting rubber bullets at peaceful protesters. I also think that Koretz is a joke too for thinking that people are going to kill people like the Purge. It just shows how much he thinks of his constituents, thinking that they're bloodthirsty rather than people who are fighting for justice and to defund and abolish the police. Thank you. I yield my time and fuck you.
Okay, thank you. Members, that concludes public comment. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to, we have two fair hearings this morning, items number 1 and item 57. Is anyone here from the planning department? I'm sorry, item 1 and item 59. We're allowing the planning department staff into our meeting at this time.
And Madam President, after we hear from the planning staff, we can then hear from the applicant and the appellant, and just so that they know, they'll have 5 minutes per side, and we'll get them on the line after we've heard from
Yeah, let's
planning.
get our staff on the line first. Let them in the meeting, and then we will open up the line to allow the applicant and appellant to call in as well. Is that correct?
Yes. And just to clarify, I believe it's item 1 and 59.
Because they're planning staff, can you hear us?
Good morning, council members. Sergio Ibarra with the Department of City Planning. On January 8th, 2020, the City Planning Commission denied an appeal and sustained a decision of the Deputy Advisory Agency in certifying the 2110 Bay Street Project Environmental Impact Report and approving vesting tentative track map number 74564 for the 2110 Bay Street project. In addition, under case number CPC, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please continue.
Yes, we can hear you. We've been hearing you this whole time.
Okay. Under case number CPC-2016-3479-GPA-VZC-HD-SPR, the City Planning Commission approved a general plan amendment, vesting zone change and height district change, and a site plan review for the project. An appeal of the City Planning Commission relative to the track map was filed by Blue Arch Investments on January 21st, 2020. An appeal of the City Planning Commission's action relative to the CPC case was also filed by Blue Arch Investments. As discussed in the appeal staff report, upon careful consideration of the appellant's points, the appellants have failed to establish that the city erred or abused its agency discretion. On June 8th, 2020, prior to the scheduled June 9th, 2020 appeal hearing at City Council for the track map, by letter dated June 5th, 2020, the appellant provided additional support for its appeal. Planning staff has reviewed the new submission and stands by its prior recommendation. The appeals should be denied. The appellant submitted a letter from its counsel, Fred Gaines, which attached the memo from Kinzinger Environmental Consulting, which included a bat habitat assessment dated October 2019 and updated February 2020 by Stephanie Remington. Appellant claims in its new submission that it has submitted evidence of bat habitat at the project site and requests an on-site bat habitat assessment as well as a survey for nesting birds. Appellant also requests that the project EIR be recirculated to include the results of these surveys. The appellant does not provide substantial evidence of potential impacts to bat habitat at the project site, nor has any new significant information been presented to warrant recirculation of the environmental impact report. Of note, the appellant's bat habitat assessment did not take place on the project site. Planning staff reviewed the applicant's June 4th, 2020 submission by its counsel, Damon Mamalakis of Armbruster Goldsmith and Delvac. That submission contained a habitat assessment and focus surveys for roosting bats report prepared by expert biologist Tony Baumkamp of Glenn Lucas Associates. As described in the GLA report, the project site was subject to a thorough habitat assessment and surveyed for bats at the beginning of June 2020. As reported, quote, the results of the daytime surveys and passive detector are consistent in leading to the conclusion that the subject site does not presently support roosting bats, including common and special status species, unquote. Furthermore, on June 26, 2020, the applicant submitted to the council file an updated habitat assessment by biologist Baumkamp to add the results of a nighttime survey conducted on June 22, 2020. As reported, quote, no emerging bats were detected emerging during the dusk into nighttime survey on June 22, 2020, and acoustic data were consistent with the passive data collected on June 2nd and 3rd, 2020, unquote. As such, after thorough on-site bat surveys, there is no merit to the comment about impacts to bat roosts, and there is substantial evidence to support the no impact determination to biological resources. The multiple on-site assessments confirms the initial study's no impact determination to biological resources. Planning staff has reviewed the applicant's supplemental letters and studies submitted to the council file on June 4th, 2020 and June 26, 2020, and concurs with their conclusions. Based on the above, planning staff has determined that none of the additional information regarding biological resources, including bat habitats, and the lack of any new substantial evidence of impacts require recirculation of the EIR. Planning staff recommends that the CEQA environmental findings be revised to incorporate the language as provided in the council file letter dated June 26, 2020 from planning to affirm the Department of City Planning's evaluation of all information presented during the project's hearings and appeals. In conclusion, planning staff respectfully recommends that the council deny the appeals, certify the EIR, adopt the MMP, grant the entitlements, and adopt the findings as modified. Thank you, and planning will be available for any questions.
Thank you. Madam President, I suggest we see if the members have any questions for the planning staff, and if not, we can move on to hearing from the appellant and the applicant.
Seeing no questions, let's go ahead and hear from the applicant first.
All right.
Go ahead and open the line.
So the applicant is Mr. Damon Mamalakis, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing his name. We're going to try to get you on the line right now. Are you on the line, Mr. Mamalakis?
Actually, this is Jim Reese with the land use consulting firm Craig Lawson and Company, and I will be making the presentation. Damon is the project attorney, and he will be available for comments.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Appropriate.
So, yes, what we're going to do is we're going to give you 5 minutes to say whatever you want. We won't interrupt you as long as you're speaking to the item and not being repetitive. And I would remind the council members that this is a fair hearing matter, so you are acting in a quasi-judicial capacity and should pay heightened attention to the applicant and to the appellant later. So, Mr. Reese, I believe you said.
Right, Reese.
Right. Please begin. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, I just would like to ask one question. As in a
Sure.
typical appeal hearing, the applicant goes second, so I would like to reserve a little bit of time to rebut anything that was brought up by the appellant.
Okay, we'll give you a minute afterwards to rebut.
Thank you very much. With that said, I'll start my presentation. For the record, again, my name is Jim Reese. I work with the land use consulting firm of Craig Lawson and Company, and I'm here representing the applicant and their desire to redevelop the site with a high-quality mixed-use project focused on job creation. This project has the potential to generate up to 600 long-term jobs. Its general plan initiation form signed by the Department of City Planning was conditioned on a requirement that it set aside 11% of its base units for very low-income residents. In addition to being consistent with this affordable set-aside requirement, the project is consistent with Department of City Planning's recommendations and the actions of the City Planning Commission. At this point, I'd like to really thank the Planning Department for their leadership on this project. The project went through a robust environmental review, which was essential due to the litigious development environment, which included an EIR. We studied 16 impact areas where only one unavoidable impact was found. We refuted the appellant's speculative claims that the project site is in a bat habitat with two recent studies, a daytime and a nighttime study, completed by a leading expert biologist confirming that there is no evidence of the bat habitat exists on the site based on the actual presence of bats or any signs of bats. The appellant's CEQA attack has no merit, and the staff's memo recommending denial of the appeal details the lack of merit and on all of the appellant's contentions. This project has significant community support. We provided some of the letters into the council file yesterday for your review, but this includes support from CCA, the Arts District BID, and neighboring property owners. At this point, I would ask you to please deny the appeals, certify the EIR, approve the MMRP, and adopt the revised findings and approve the discretionary actions as outlined by staff. And we appreciate your time, and I do request that we have a little bit of time at the end to respond to the appellant. Thank you very much, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you. If there are no questions, we'll move on to the appellant, whose representative is Mr. Fred Gaines. Do we have you on the line, Mr. Gaines?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Mr. Gaines, are you there?
Yes, this is Fred Gaines.
Okay, so you have 5 minutes. The applicant only took up 4, but we'll have a minute of rebuttal. So please begin. We won't interrupt you unless you're straying off of the item or start becoming repetitive. So please begin, Mr. Gaines.
Very good. Thank you very much, Madam President, honorable council members. My name is Fred Gaines with the law offices of Gaines and Stacey. I represent Blue Arch Investment, the appellant in this case. This is another example of an illegal spot zoning where the city is going to lose industrial, high-paying job available property for a mixed-use housing and retail jobs. We're replacing the potential high-paying industrial jobs with retail and restaurant jobs and creating an incompatibility which will lead to the surrounding industrial parcels also being lost in direct contravention of city policy to not do that. In addition, in doing so, you're being asked to violate CEQA. The EIR analysis determines that alternative 3, the reduced intensity alternative, to be the environmentally superior alternative in this case. But you are not selecting the environmentally superior alternative. Instead, you're being asked to take the shortcut of adopting a statement of overriding considerations, which cannot be justified in this matter. In response to the initial study in this case, the EIR states the site does not contain any natural open spaces, act as a wildlife corridor, or possess any areas of significant biological resource value. That has been directly controverted by the report submitted relating to the bat habitat in this area, which provides examples of 2 bat habitats already lost in this general area, and that loss of potential habitat has a significant cumulative effect that was not studied in the EIR. You need to include it in the EIR, not just in these last-minute supplemental reports and analysis, and allow the public to participate in that process. As you've seen, there have been numerous comments submitted by the bat biology community, which only recently became aware of this project and its potential impacts because those impacts were not included in the EIR and not made available to public review. The applicant's last-minute report concludes that the site does not presently support roosting bats, but it does not do what a biological technical report should do to provide the initial study preparer the information needed to justify the less than significant or less than significant with mitigation finding. The report fails to discuss the range of species not detected that could potentially occur, or a rationale as to why or why not additional surveys might be needed to determine the presence or absence of bats at the site throughout other seasons of the year. It falls short of making an assessment of whether there is evidence of the site being used in the past, and it does not give recommendations for pre-construction surveys. Most importantly, it does not provide any analysis whatsoever of mitigations that could be included in the report, which would allow for mitigation of impacts that would be caused. In addition, it is not, the EIR has failed to study properly the cumulative effects. When you do the research and you find new information, as has been found in this case with regard to the 2 bat colonies that were destroyed in the district demolitions within the past 3 years, each of those impacts were individually significant and contributed to a cumulative effect that has not been assessed. The EIR is insufficient in this way and must be amended and recirculated. Let me finish our comments by adding that this is a project in Councilman Weezar's district. We do not know whether there was any wrongdoing with regard to this project. But what I will tell you is that my client, as a concerned neighboring property owner, was not allowed any input whatsoever to the council office. We had no meeting. We had no attempt to work out any of these issues. We were completely unrepresented during this time. And we ask at the very least that this matter be continued until it can be properly analyzed by the council office for this district. Thank you very much, Madam President and members.
Thank you, Mr. Gaines.
Thank you. If the members don't have comments, we should give 1 minute, as we indicated, to the applicant's representative for rebuttal, if he wishes. Mr. Reese, are you on there?
Yes, I am still here.
Okay.
I would just like to highlight that the appellant talks about loss of jobs, and I do refer back to the very detailed Planning Commission staff report we did, where there was ample evidence that we are creating jobs and we are consistent with that policy. And again, we have as much commercial office floor area as residential floor area, so we are trying to focus on the jobs. There is no evidence that we have a bat habitat on our site. The appellant talks about other sites, which is not relevant to our project. And we have built a project very consistent with city planning policies, and we urge you to go ahead and deny this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. The fair hearing is now over, Madam President.
Go ahead and prepare to vote on items 1 and 59. We can go ahead and vote on the planning department's recommendations on items 1 and 59.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Buscaino, aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Yes.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Yes.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
14 ayes.
Okay, Madam Clerk, let's prepare to vote on the following items. Item 2 and 3, item 5 through 13, item 15 through 20, items 22 through 32, and items 36 through 43. Please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Buscaino, aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Kuretz.
Yes.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
14 ayes. These items are adopted.
Okay, Madam Clerk, let's vote on the following items. 47 through 50, 53 and 54, 56 and 57, item 60, items 62 through 66, items 68 through 72, and items 75 through 81. Please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Buscaino, aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Kuretz.
Yes.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
14 ayes. These items are adopted.
Okay, Madam Clerk, let's prepare to vote on the following items as amended. Item 33, 34, 35, 58, and 74. Please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
I assume 58 is as amended?
Yes.
Okay.
I will repeat these
Blumenfield,
items
aye.
one more time. Items 33, 34, 35, 58, and 74 as amended. Please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Buscaino, aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Kuretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
14 ayes. These items are adopted as amended.
Okay, members, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. We'll come back and continue our meeting. Thank you. Okay, members, we're back in session. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield present.
Bonin.
Bonin present.
Buscaino.
Present.
Cedillo. Harris Dawson.
Present.
Kuretz.
Present.
Krikorian.
Here.
Lee.
Present.
Martinez.
Present.
O'Farrell.
Present.
Price.
Here.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Rue.
Present.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye. Wesson present.
Cedillo.
The deal here.
14 members in a quorum, Madam President.
Okay, let's go ahead and let's take item number 4, call special by Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm really excited about this Board of Transportation Commission appointment by Mayor Garcetti for John Jones III, who I've had a front row seat in seeing his love and passion to serve our city as my Watts field deputy for 7 years. John Jones' life was changed when he came across 2 LA County deputies at the age of 14. John was part of a tagging crew, turned his life around, and wanted to give back to his city. And he started the East Side Riders Bicycle Club. A number of our colleagues have worked with John over the years. And over the course of these last few months during the pandemic, his bike club has fed thousands of folks in the Watts neighborhood. John was instrumental. This is an appropriate appointment. John has a love for multimodal transportation. He was instrumental in bringing Ciclavia not once but twice to our community in Watts, and it's a fitting appointment. And I want to thank John for saying yes and continuing to serve our great city. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Let's prepare to vote on this item. Please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Yes.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Kuretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
14 ayes. This item is adopted.
Okay, let's move on to item 14. Mr. Price needs to recuse himself from this item. Okay, let's prepare to vote. Please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Buscaino, aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Kuretz.
Yes.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Councilmember Price is recused. Next is Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
13 ayes. The item is adopted.
Okay, let's move on to item 21. This was called special by Mr. O'Farrell.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I just want to give a brief overview of what brings us to this item today, and that is the allocation of funding called HAP, which is Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention, which is a state bill that was approved last year. For a little bit of background, I want to just tell you that the first iteration of statewide funding to support homeless services was called HEAP, which stood for Homeless Emergency Aid Program. That was approved in 2018 while Governor Brown was still in office. And then HAP, HHHP, was approved through the legislature and Governor Newsom last year. What HEAP effectuated in 2018 was $500 million across the state of California to be distributed to cities, counties, and continuums of care. The following year, HAP, HHHP was allocated at a total of $640 million across the whole state, allocated to the same categories. In 2018, the city's portion of that funding, HEAP, was $85 million, and then the allocation of HAP funding for the city of LA that we're currently discussing was a total of $117 million. Now, the next iteration of statewide funding will likely come from Assembly Bill 3300. That's $2 billion annually to address issues of homelessness across the state of California, which signifies an incredible increase from the previous 2 years that I just mentioned. This is something that this office and this council supported.
Mr. O'Farrell, hold on for just a second. It appears we're having technical issues.
The City Council, the City of Los Angeles, has been involved every step of the way since Governor Brown was in office and then since Governor Newsom is in office, working with governors and with our state counterparts in the Assembly and the Senate. The reason we have received HEAP dollars in 2018 and HAP dollars in 2019, and then we will likely receive significantly more dollars moving forward year after year, is because of our advocacy and our lobbying Sacramento for years to give us the adequate resources we need to address homelessness in the city and county. To no one's surprise, homelessness has increased across the state and the county. We all knew that would happen. We understand it. It's not good news, it's terrible news. But the good news is we have more funding than we've ever had before because of the collaboration with our county partners, our local delegation in the state assembly and in the state senate, and our work with both governors' offices and our nonprofits and our continuums of care. So what I want to convey is in this allocation that we made yesterday for the HAP funding that I'm talking about is as follows. What we're doing with this funding, and this is item 21, is we will approve the continuation of funding for 933 existing Bridge Home shelter beds. And Bridge Home shelters are locations for people experiencing homelessness that have the wraparound services that we've been talking about and that voters have.
Cutting out.
Mr. Farrell, just hold on for just a second, sir. We can't hear you. Mr. Buscaino, we see you, Mr. Buscaino. We know we're having technical issues. Okay. Thank you for alerting us. Mr. O'Farrell, we can't seem to hear you now. You've paused. Give us just a second.
Maybe you should log off and log back on.
Mr. O'Farrell, it appears that it's your computer, so. It appears the issue's on your side, sir. Maybe you can log off and on for us. Why don't you try turning off your computer and try to turn it off on again?
I can't be heard.
Members, we're giving Mr. O'Farrell time to log off and then log back in.
Yeah, she'll know. We'll see you tomorrow. This is called
You guys
noon.
okay?
We'll live. We'll work it out.
All right. Yeah.
So, take care of your boy. Are you hopeful again?
Okay, let's hold item 21 on the desk until Mr. O'Farrell can log back on. Let's move on to item 51. This was called special by Mr. Rue. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to quickly comment that I introduced this motion with Councilmember Price, but because I couldn't make sense of what I saw in the Fairfax district on May 30th, how a peaceful protest about the murder of George Floyd turned into so much chaos, with protesters being beaten by police, while looting and vandalism was left with no response. And I know we all seen videos, we've read news reports of people being severely injured by so-called non-lethal weapons for simply exercising their First Amendment constitutional right. But the people of Los Angeles are asking if this is really the best way to protect and serve, and if this, and they actually deserve answers. So with this motion, I am seeking that not only on what happened that day, but also what tactics LAPD used. So further, I would hope that this would serve as an impetus for LAPD to find better uses for force and crowd control tactics for the future, including how these less than lethal tools are used. Because we are in a moment where we can approach public safety in a new way. And I want us to not only look at the budget, but also of the LAPD, but also the culture and standards of the LAPD. This is a department that has made incredible improvements since the days of Daryl Gates, but there's always room to grow and a better way to serve. So I thank you for the time, Madam President, and I encourage an aye vote.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this item. Please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson,
Yes.
Kuretz,
Aye.
Krikorian,
Aye.
Lee,
Aye.
Martinez,
Aye.
O'Farrell, Price,
Aye.
Rodriguez,
Aye.
Rue,
Aye.
Wesson,
Wesson, aye.
13 ayes, the item is adopted.
Okay, let's move on to item 52. This was called special by Mr. O'Farrell. Just wanted to, don't think we have them back on. So let's go ahead and hold that on the desk as well. Let's move on to item 67. This was called special by Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. Before we turn it over to the CLA to present on this item, colleagues, I wanted to, what we have before us is a report on homelessness related to litigation. As many of us know, we have had, several of us have discussed the perceptions and the feelings that neighboring cities are not addressing homelessness in the same spirit as we have in the city of Los Angeles. This latest agreement, bringing the city over a $60 million a year investment for shelter by the county, is a step in the right direction. But the need and the costs associated with implementing is still very great. Our sanitation department is doing the best that it can to deliver services despite the conflicting and confusing direction, and as a result of litigation brought against the city regarding what it can or cannot do to take care and maintain our public spaces. These limitations leave our constituents to feel that despite the best efforts to cite and develop various interim and permanent homeless housing solutions, like the ones underway in our city today, we aren't doing our jobs as well to keep our communities clean and safe that other cities appear to be doing better. And so it's in reflection of these dynamics that our city procedures related to sanitation issues, the overnight and oversized vehicle parking have evolved over time to include additional procedures and regulations responsive to litigation brought against the city of Los Angeles. This has added nuance to our process and impacted our timeliness and cost in delivering some of the quality of life services here in our city. We don't know if the county and cities, well, we had no direct information to ascertain whether or not other cities were restricted or inhibited from the same types of impediments that we've been in the city of Los Angeles. And so this report was an effort to document and reflect on what other neighboring cities are implementing in terms of policy, and to better understand how our process compares to that of other cities within the county of Los Angeles. And this report is what I hope to be a starting point in that conversation. And so I'd like to ask the CLA, I'd like to turn it over to the CLA for a presentation on the report.
Okay, if our CLA can join us at the table, please. We have Mr. John Wickham with us. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. We have provided a report that surveys 9 cities and compares those cities to the city of Los Angeles with regard to several key areas, such as sleeping in the street, property in the public right-of-way, sleeping in vehicles, and oversized vehicle RV parking. And the survey was an attempt to determine which cities immediately adjacent to the city of Los Angeles do they have these laws in their cities, and if not, is there any activity in that area? And then we attempted to determine whether there was any enforcement of those at all. And some of the cities, for example, do enforce some of these laws, particularly sleeping in the streets, because they have adequate shelter space in their city. Others don't because they don't have the adequate shelter space. And then I'm trying to identify. And so anyway, the report outlines these issues and these ordinances in these other cities, and it's a basic survey, and I'll leave it at that.
Ms. Rodriguez, do you have any other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Wickham, I wanted to check, for example, that in the city of LA, we've made adjustments to codes and protocols to reflect the Boise ruling. Is there an expectation and deadline for other cities to do the same?
We know that some cities are reviewing their laws and have proposed amendments to their laws, but that's just a very limited number. City of San Fernando and Culver City, for example, are looking at revisions to their sleeping in the streets laws. Other than that, we're not aware of any other revisions that are being proposed in any of the cities to refine the way that they operate their laws.
So do we know if there are consequences for those cities if they choose to enforce despite the Boise ruling?
We don't have any reports on that information. I couldn't answer that.
Okay. So, colleagues, just to be clear, some of the concerns that I have is with respect to even when we do it right, the incidental costs associated with the work that we're doing. When we talk about the $60 million settlement, which I know is kind of the first step in our conversation, I have a location in my district that we were successful in clearing as a result of the emergency housing that was offered through COVID-19. And that's at Paxton and Bradley, where we had 65 individuals. The entire encampment was cleared out and offered shelter. We had been working very diligently with members in that encampment with extensive outreach efforts. But we are now in the process of incurring the costs associated with the bagging, tagging, and storage for 90 days of these individuals at this location. And with respect to the costs associated with doing what we need to do for the balance of the 6,000 that we're talking about with the county facilities or the county settlement, we're going to still endure a great deal of expenditures in our on our impact for our city with respect to sanitation services. And so I wanted to get a better understanding from sanitation what the costs associated with that would look like. Again, as a result of Project Room Key, we were successful, but the additional costs associated with implementing what we are about to go through with respect to this new settlement, we have to get specific street level protocols from other city and compare how they're engaging with their right-of-way clearance and how we do it, and making sure that it's all consistent across the county. Mr. Wickham, could you explain if they are engaged in the same levels of protocol that we are with respect to the bagging, storage of personal property in the way that we do in the city of Los Angeles for any other municipality? What is their process?
Yeah, the scope of our study was to determine whether these laws were enforced or whether they had them on the books. In terms of administrative review or the procedures that the cities use in the implementation of these laws would be additional research we would want to conduct. Some of the cities, the city of Los Angeles works in cooperation with LASA, for example, in our programs. LASA covers most of the cities in the county of Los Angeles. They do not cover Pasadena, Glendale, and Long Beach. And so it may be that some of the cities in our survey are also cooperating with LASA in those protocols. whereas those other cities are not involved with LAHSA in this area. So we would have to do a little bit more research to identify which cities have consistent protocols in this area at administrative level, and then check with the other continuum of care to see what they're doing with their cities.
Okay. Yeah, colleagues, again, this is about making sure that across the county jurisdictions, we're equal under our practice when we're trying to help achieve, we all have a shared common goal, and that is to address homelessness. But when there's an unequal practice amongst neighboring municipalities, it really makes our jobs a great deal more difficult. And so I'd like to request, Madam President, to make an additional recommendation to direct the CLA to further provide analysis comparing the street level protocols in the cities analyzed in this report, and also request that the CLA and CAO include in their report to council regarding the city-county agreement for the agreed 6,000 beds, a comprehensive estimate of all city services associated with executing said agreement.
Okay, you're making an amendment, so let me see if we have to reopen this for public comment.
If she needs a second, Madam President, I'll second that.
Yeah, let me get clarification from the city attorney. This is a new amendment, so give me a second to figure out if we have to reopen public comment for this item. Mr. City Attorney?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. We were clarifying the amendment, which is really report back for further information. So I think that it's sufficient if we get the second. I don't believe we have to.
It was seconded by
reopen
Mr.
public comment.
Buscaino. Very
Great.
well, let's prepare to vote on this item as amended. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Buscaino, aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
14 ayes. The item is adopted as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield.
I had a question on the last item, but we just voted on it. So
Right. Thank you.
I mean, I could ask Mr. Wickham now, but if it's in
Items
order.
been voted on, sir.
Okay.
We're going to move on to item number 73. Mr. Cedillo?
Yes, Madam President, thank you so much. Colleagues, let me just bring two matters before you and two examples about how we can proceed. First of all, I want to thank Housing for working with us in our efforts to preserve the affordable housing citywide. As you know, I brought this to the attention of the council in the past. I have two apartments in my district. One is the Grand Plaza Apartments, and the other is the Hillside Via Apartments. They're both in Chinatown. I'm happy to announce that working with the department, the leadership at Grand Plaza, my old friend Don Toy, that we are going to be preserving 302 units of affordable housing for the next 30 years. We are protecting all the existing tenants for life, and we will restrict most of their turnover rents for the next 30 years. The owners working with us are simply asking that they receive the ongoing Section 8 voucher and the ability to receive the increases in those Section 8 vouchers. So that's one example, and I can't thank them enough for their leadership during this difficult time period. It's a very fair deal. It's a good deal. I'm proud of the work both of HCID, of our office, and of the tenants and their leadership at Grand Plaza. We're very pleased with it. 302 units right at Sunset and Broadway. On the other hand, as you know, we have Hillside Via Apartments. We were working with them, and I was happy to announce about a year ago the deal we put together after long negotiations, a very generous deal that was going to result in immediate investment or an agreement to hand over about $10 million to the owner, and then similar deals like this for the individual units. That's 124 units. But as you recall, the owner reneged on that deal. Evidently had a history of doing that with the city, where he would make a deal and then later on roll back on the deal and see if he could get more from the city. And I guess in the past, the city was tolerant of that. My experience is once someone does that you should stop negotiating with them, and we have. But as a result, we're moving forward with the process of amendment. We're starting with the appraisals, and that's the first step. We will protect this affordable housing, and I want you to know what is in mind if we don't, and why this is so important. Currently, we have a report where one of the tenants is paying $889 a month. His rent, he's been given notice that his rent will go to $3,000 per month. It's a rental increase of close to 400%. And so for that reason, and for the obvious reasons stated before, I'm asking for your aye vote. We need to do all that we can to protect these seniors and residents in both my district and the city. But in addition to that, as I have stated before, we need to really think about, under the layers of many crises, that we move to protect this current stock of affordable housing. These covenants are going to create a tsunami as much as COVID is, as much as any other factor. We need to be able to protect these affordable units. I'm very proud of my staff. This is what we call real solutions to real problems now. This transcends and exceeds the mere rhetoric of the day and really solves real people's problems today with real solutions. And so I ask for an aye vote, and I thank you for your time. And colleagues, I thank you for your support over the last year and a half.
Thank you, Mr. Cedillo. Let's go ahead and prepare to vote on item 73. Please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Buscaino, aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Kuratz.
Yes.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue,
Aye.
Wesson,
Aye.
14 ayes, the item is adopted.
Okay, Mr. O'Farrell, we're going to go back to you, sir. Can you hear us?
I can. Thank you, Madam President.
so you've got
I
items-
apologize, and I want to thank ITA for coming down here and making the repairs. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can. So just for the record, Mr. O'Farrell, we held item 21 and item 52 on the desk for you. So why don't you go ahead and go to item 21 since
Thank
you
you.
were cut off.
Item 21. Colleagues, I just want to provide some context, especially context for those that are listening in, members of the public, with what item 21 is about and what we moved out of Homelessness and Poverty Committee yesterday. For years and years, this council and the city leadership has been lobbying and working with our state leaders on more robust funding to address the homelessness crisis in Los Angeles that has been building up over the decades and has reached just unprecedented levels. Back in 2018, when Governor Brown was still in office, the state approved what is called the Homelessness Emergency and Aid Program, or HEAP. Those dollars totaled in the amount across the state of California, $500 million to be dispersed across the state. The following year, with the new governor, Gavin Newsom, approved what is called HAP, and that is Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention, and the same program, but just with a different moniker. The statewide funding for HAP was $640 million. The city received $85 million of HEAP in 2018 and $117 million of HAP in 2019. That was our share. What we did yesterday was approve the allocation of funding that will do the following. It will continue the wraparound services and costs per bed for 933 beds, and it will add 1,103 new beds through our Bridge Home Shelter program. Through the month of June and into July, we're going to approve 10 new sites. And so what this will give us through this funding is a total of 2,036 beds for transitional housing with wraparound services, and putting people on the first step to permanent supportive housing. And this is in its own a continuum of care. Now, these funds go to the county and cities and continuums of care administered by nonprofits across the state. Now, the good news is that now the state of California is in the midst of approving $2 billion annually across the state, of which Los Angeles would get its commensurate share. What I want to explain to everyone is that these bills, whether it's HEAP, HAP, or the new AB 3300, which is the $2 billion per year across the state moving forward, that this city council and city leadership has had a role in making sure that these measures were approved by our partners in the state assembly and state senate that we work with all the time. So this is really the result of a collaboration between the county, our state partners, the city, and the continuums of care and the nonprofits that we work with all the time. So colleagues, I ask for an aye vote so we can continue these services for our most vulnerable among us. Yesterday, what we did was we approved $57 million in grant applications for the state's HAP program for mostly at Bridge Home sites, as I mentioned, and the wraparound services in these sites. This does not count the 600 beds for Measure H funding. So this is in addition to those beds. So we're on our way to reaching our goal of a Bridge Home sites. This is only one portion of the grant. Very importantly, we want to fund much more. The CLA and CO will transmit a report in August with recommendations for the rest of the grant. In the report, they state that they have received additional funding requests via council motions and city departments totaling $162 million, which is $45 million more than what's been awarded to the city by the state. We'll have a discussion once the report is transmitted. Since we first considered this grant application of $117 million for the HEP program, of course, the world has completely changed. COVID-19 has put thousands of Angelinos out of work and really harmed our city's budget. We're now running in deficit, but we'll get through this and we'll keep advocating for additional funding to take care of these issues. As much as we're doing, and we'll do more, we understand through the protests that we've seen across the country and in Los Angeles, the systemic racism that still exists within civic institutions. In this particular instance, as demonstrated by an overrepresentation of Black people experiencing homelessness. For example, Losses point in time count for this past January, before the pandemic hit, showed that while African Americans account for 8% of county residents, they represent 34% of the county's unhoused population. We have a lot of work to do. We know that we can't shoulder this alone. We know that we need our county and state partners. We'll work closely as we ever have with all of our partners. And we need to keep pushing for approval of the HEROES Act at the federal level. We know that we're now in the midst of the first wave of coronavirus spiking as never before. Hospitalizations and mortality rates are climbing in the state of California. We have a lot of work to do, which is why it's so essential that we approve this. And when we come back in August, we'll talk about funding specifically for youth and seniors and shared housing and all of the things that we care about that have been highlighted by many of you, including members of my committee, Mr. Bonham, Mr. Harris-Dawson, Mr. Rue, and Ms. Rodriguez. We all understand we need to do much more. And the good news out of all of this terrible news is that we do have funding coming in as never before, whether it's CARES Act funding for COVID-19 relief. We're going to take a look at everything in this new world in terms of where the resources are and how we can access them. So I just wanted to give a little bit of overview, Madam President, and I ask for an aye vote so we can continue helping people who are experiencing homelessness in the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Farrell. Let's go ahead and prepare to vote on item 21. Please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Buscaino, aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris-Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Yes.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
14 ayes, the item is adopted.
Okay, members, let's move on to item 52, which was called special by Mr. O'Farrell.
Thank you again, Madam President. Item 52 is a motion co-introduced with Mr. Price and myself, with seconds by Mr. Harris-Dawson and Mr. Cedillo, and I believe it had one other signature as well. It is all about exerting council oversight and accountability within the Los Angeles Police Department. And this is something that is a first-time directive from the City Council, where we're leaning in as never before and focusing in on special orders 4, 12, and 45. 4 is related to the use of force. 12 is in relation to body-worn video cameras. And then 45 is in relation to digital in-car video. So we're directing the LAPD to report within 60 days in regard to an overview of these special orders. We're also requesting the Board of Police Commissioners and the Office of the Inspector General, who we've been in close contact with through this, to audit the LAPD's compliance with special orders 4, 12, and 45. And lastly, to direct the administrative officer, city's administrative officer rather, with the assistance of the LAPD to report in regard to funding required to ensure audits of compliance with these special orders are performed on a regular basis. And this is where we lean in on the training and the compliance, oversight and accountability, which has been made abundantly clear that we need to exert more oversight in this body. So I ask for an aye vote on this, and with your support, colleagues, we will lean in as never before and take an active role in what people are calling for and demanding in these difficult times that we're facing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and prepare to vote on item 52. Please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Buscaino, aye.
Cedillo.
Video aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Yes.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
14 ayes. This item is adopted.
Let's move on to item 55. This was called special by Ms. Rodriguez and Mr. Harris Dawson. Why don't we start with Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam President. And just to clarify the amendment, the Board of Police Commissioners is going to hire the National Police Foundation to conduct an independent analysis of the actions of LAPD during the demonstrations that occurred from May 27th to June 7th. The amendment authorizes an acceptance of a donation to fund this report that will be overseen by the commission. The council typically approves donations requested by the police commission. Approving this action does not replace or change in any way, shape, or form the intent of the motion, which is for the council to conduct and fund its own independent analysis. This is only an additional recommendation that provides for the administrative approval to accept the donation to fund the police commission's independent report.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Harris Dawson? I'm sorry, Mr. Bonin.
Thank you. Mr. Harris Dawson called the special, so I'm happy if he wants to speak before me.
I called on him, but he didn't have his virtual hand up. You did, so that's why I'm calling on you.
Cool. Okay, thank you. Colleagues, there's been a number of motions regarding the events that happened May 29 and 30 and the beginning of June 1. What most of us saw on television, the public narrative that got written immediately at the beginning of demonstrations in Los Angeles were reports of peaceful demonstrations that turned violence, reports of and video of broken windows, testimony from city officials saying that officers had been hit by bricks and were subject to aggressive and provocative behavior. And those images were reinforced by statements from city officials that talked about how officers had acted with tremendous restraint. As that public narrative was being told, more and more video footage and firsthand accounts telling a different story emerged. Stories of people who were marching peacefully and then were greeted by skirmish lines, and then violence broke out. And there are very different stories about how that happened. There are accounts that I made an appeal to people on the Saturday after the first demonstrations downtown and said, please tell me your stories. Let me hear what happened out there. And I heard of people who were pushed or arrested or detained without having heard an order to disperse. Some of them before an order to disperse was actually given. I heard reports of and saw evidence of people who were hit with the rubber or the plastic bullets, people who were struck by riot control ammunition, or were pushed and shoved by officers. I have seen and heard reports, as I'm sure many of you have, of people who say that they were caught up in a curfew or an order to disperse when they were actually not in violation of the curfew. People who were in the Hollywood demonstration exiting a mass transit stop on their way home or their way to work, fully in compliance with the curfew order. I've heard reports of people who were arrested and were loaded onto buses where the social distancing guidelines that we talk about were not followed. Heard about people being taken to very different parts of the city where they were released in the middle of the night. And as they were walking away from the places where they were released in the middle of the night, some people say they were approached again by officers who told them, "You're in violation of the curfew," and they were at risk of being arrested yet again. These are all fundamentally disturbing stories, and they vastly, dramatically contradict the stories that were being told in the initial public narrative. If anybody threw a brick at an officer, that's a crime and they should be prosecuted. But if anybody threw a punch at or shoved or fired into peaceful protesters, that is a crime and they should be punished. And what we need to do, what we owe the people of Los Angeles and what we owe the people who are out peaceably demonstrating is a thorough and independent investigation into what happened. The stories I've heard are from people who were at their first protest, who had never been to a protest before in their life and felt so outraged by this that they went really to their first demonstration. Or maybe they'd been to the Women's March downtown and this was their second time in an actual protest demonstration. They were horrified by the stories they came home with. We need an investigation that looks at all of the video footage, that hears all of these accounts, that looks at the body cam footage, and really gets to the bottom of what the strategic decisions were, what the individual and collective uses of force were, and who is responsible, and looks at what the practices of the arrest will be. And this motion calls for that. It also specifically requests that Jerry Chaliff, who was the author of the highly acclaimed LAPD review of the 2000 May Day incident at MacArthur Park, lead the review of this. Myself and the authors of this motion have spoken with him, and he is willing and I wouldn't say eager, but he is certainly willing to do that and is certainly up to the task of doing so. We need to investigate. We need to get answers, and then we need accountability. The truth, all truths of this incident, from all of the days, from downtown on Friday night to Fairfax on Saturday to Hollywood a few days later, needs to be told. There were many incidents. There were some demonstrations in my district that were completely peaceful, without incident. I had the police officers from Pacific who were hanging back, and they were on bicycle, and everything went just fine in Venice. We need to know what the difference was in each of these demonstrations, in each of these police responses, and why things went down the way they did. And Mr. Chaliff will, I am confident, make a very thorough, comprehensive, and independent report. So I'd ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Mr. Cedillo? Mr. Cedillo, you're muted. Can you unmute yourself?
I don't think ever said anything so clear or as impressive as when I was on mute. Colleagues, I just want to thank you for bringing this forward because we need to have a comprehensive report. There is such incongruence with respect to what we all saw during that critical time period. I could not, and I don't think people can understand how we could see officers in one location and then see non-protesters who were seizing upon these opportunities, looting important retail areas of the city and the region, whether it was Santa Monica or Melrose. There was just this incredible incongruence in terms of the reports that we've had in a wide variety of reports. And so we need to get something that's comprehensive so we can have a sense of proportionality. How is it that police cars are set afire? How does that happen? Who did that? Who does that? I agree with Mike Bonin. If somebody's thrown a brick, that's a crime and that person should be held accountable. At the same time, we want to make sure that people have a right to exercise their rights. This is the famous statement of Martin Luther King that the great thing of America is the right of people to protest for their rights. We want to ensure that here in the city of Los Angeles, that people who engage in nonviolent protests, particularly at a mass level, that is an important expression of democracy in our city and our society, and that must be protected. And so I know Jerry Shaliff, he's a very thoughtful man, and I have high expectations for his report. I was at the May Day melee at MacArthur Park. I do recall that. My first protest was at some place called Laguna Park in East Los Angeles, August 29th, 1970. And so I have a lot of experiences with these events and look forward to the report, a very comprehensive and thorough report that looks at all elements from deployment to strategic responses to goals and objectives, and looks at all the participants to finding what are reasoned expectations so that we can figure out where we're at as a city and how we move forward to ensure that we're able to have the popular mass protests that inform our decisions as policymakers. So I support the motion. I thank and applaud my colleagues for bringing it forward.
Okay, Mr. Harris Dawson?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Cedillo, for your comments. Mr. Bonin and Ms. Rodriguez, we worked a lot on this motion and put a lot of care into what we've done. There is at question today, because I don't want to repeat everything that has been said already, except to add to Mr. Bonin's comments. I personally witnessed things in the action, and then I saw the police report later, and they didn't match. And so in that situation, it's totally possible for two reasonable, good people to be at the same event and see different things. So the way you deal with that is you have an independent investigation, and we've put forward a motion to do this. This city has a long, long history of doing these types of reports, and they frankly have shaped the way of life, our way of life here in Los Angeles, and certainly the way we do policing. I want to call to ask a few questions. One of the experts that has been a part of these processes for many, many years and contributed a lot to this city, Ms. Connie Rice. I wanted to get her opinion, Madam Chair, with your permission. I wanted to get her opinion about the necessity for such a report and the necessity for its independence from the sort of regular channels or channels that might be selected by the police department.
Okay, Mr. Harris Dawson, give us just a second. We're going to allow her into our meeting. Mr. Harris Dawson, give us a couple of more minutes. We're trying to get her on.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. We're holding on.
She did it because they do have fees. Which is why I was asking her, and but she said that the fees in this do sort of come out of those other numbers. The question only came up because obviously we were trying to distinguish to make sure what we got on the agenda was correct, and so our impression was just left that it would only go on that, and then I saw them on all that, so that's the only reason the question.
So this should go on all of those ones?
Just the ones that are listed on the transmittal that I came with.
Okay, so we'll clarify.
Because I don't know what you added, which one you added. You had Melinda add something, so I don't know what that was.
I asked Melinda to add this as what and that, because I didn't know they were two different things, onto one of the files that is number 61 today. But we all know, Stefan, this is the one that is going. So we know this is going.
There's a mic open. Excuse me, the clerk's mic is open.
Oh, thank you. Okay, Mr. Harris-Delson, we have Connie Rice. I'm not sure if she heard your question or not, but did you want to restate that, Mr. Harris-Delson?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Rice, for joining us electronically today. You are a veteran of after action reports. You've been a part of them. You've been an observer of them, and you've helped implement some of the changes, helped the department implement some of the changes that come as a result of them. I just wanted to get your comments on record about the importance of the report, what we should be looking for as a council. And then I had a follow-up question because we have before us an amendment that essentially calls for two reports, one funded by the National Police Foundation and another that the city would fund and would be conducted by Gerald Chaliff. So I just wanted to opine on those things based on your history and expertise on these matters.
Welcome, Ms. Rice. Go ahead and unmute yourself so we can hear you. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm delighted to join you today. I hope that my comments are helpful. Councilman Harris Dawson, thank you for inviting me. And my two comments are this. We have a long history of after-action reports, high-profile incidents involving police, alleged police misconduct and excessive force. In the recent protests, like for every other high-profile incident, the Mack Park police riot, the post-Rodney King verdicts, all police behavior in the wake of high-profile incidents is very important that independent outsiders do the analysis. No police department that I've ever sued or worked with is capable of analyzing its own actions in the aftermath of a controversial incident. That's the first point. So I think that the motion is correct to go to the very specialized knowledge that it takes to do this kind of after-action report. It's not a normal report. The experts, they have to be fluent in the culture of the police agency that they're looking at. They have to know how to get commanders and other folks on the ground who are reluctant to testify because they'll experience retaliation. It takes special skill to be able to get those witnesses to testify and to protect them from retaliation. You also have to understand, you have to have the trust. And right now, inside of a department, there's not going to be sufficient trust for there to be an internal mechanism that does the investigation. So I think the main motion is the right idea. Mr. Chaliff is an excellent choice. There's a whole community of Mr. Chaliff, Rick Druyan, Merrick Bob. There's a whole culture of independent watchdogs who are good at doing these kinds of audits. My comment on the amendment is that the Police Foundation is basically an arm of LAPD. And if you give the $350,000 to the Police Foundation, it will essentially be giving LAPD control over the research money, which is just not, it's a conflict of interest, in my view. In addition, the Police Foundation, in addition, the research group, let me double check. Oh, the National Police Foundation. I would give the analogy like this. Yes, they're not LAPD, but if I had done something as an African-American woman lawyer, and I suggested that Black women lawyers do the investigation of me, yes, they're an outside group, but they're closely affiliated to me. I'm involved with them. I know their board members. So my recommendation against the amendment is that it's a little too familial. It's a little too incestuous. And I think it does pose a conflict, and you'll get a report that goes probably at odds with the main independent report. And you don't want that kind of conflict set up. Does that make sense?
That makes lots of sense, Ms. Rice. Such a succinct and thorough answer to the question. I actually don't have a follow-up question to you at this time. Members, I think, I am normally not a member of this body that pays a lot of attention to procedure and how things are ordered and, how they're packaged. But in this case, when the trust of our city and the trust of this process and the trust of our police department is on the line, it's very, very important that we get it right and we get every jot and tittle correct. I think, obviously, if the police commission wants to accept money from the police foundation and the police foundation wants this body to look at their work, of course, that's something that we'd be supportive of. That needs to be a separate motion. This motion is about an after-action report that is independent of either the police department or anybody that's closely associated with them. And so, again, I'm always in favor of examination. I know we'd have to do a Rule 16. I'd be open to supporting the findings that allow us to do this, but the motion that I put my name on and that we worked through the ad hoc committee needs to stand on its own. And so I'd ask members I respectively ask my colleague, Ms. Rodriguez, to make a separate motion. I support the findings to get a Rule 16. But I'd ask members to reject that amendment and pass the motion as originally submitted and contemplated and worked on in committee. Because I believe that's the work product that we need to put forward cannot be tainted by an organization separately with our police department and other police department. Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Harris Dawson. Mr. Wesson?
Thank you, Madam President and members. And it's a joy to see Connie. And I just wanted to get on for 2 minutes to say that there is not a better expert in the world to give us guidance on this type of thing. No one other than Connie Rice. When I was Speaker of the House and we first began dealing with these reform issues, we relied on her judgment. She was part of a panel that I put together. So her recommendations carry a lot of weight with me, and I just wanted to kind of dot the I, cross the T, and support Mr. Harris Dawson in his action here. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam President. And yes, to acknowledge Mr. Harris Dawson's comments, we have been very diligently working on the after action report and in conversation with Mr. Chaliff with that specific intent. With respect to the Police Commission and given our timing, the amendment was sought as a means of helping to provide the administrative function of this process for them, given the timing. If a Rule 16 is preferred and we can get it scheduled perhaps tomorrow as a special, then I'm open to that as well. But Madam President, I would need your assistance, and I would seek the support of my colleagues to make that happen.
Mr. Price?
I certainly would support that Rule 16 motion that Councilmember Rodriguez is proposing. Certainly, Ms. Rice is a expert that we all know, we all have a lot of faith in. She has demonstrated her commitment to the community and to the profession of policing, I think, in a unique way. So I totally support the motion by Mr. Harris Dawson. I appreciate the comments made by Ms. Rice, appreciate your input. These are some perilous times we're living in, and so we got to get it right. So I support the motion by Mr. Harris Dawson, and then support also a motion by Ms. Rodriguez, motion 16, for the related action.
Mr. Cedillo?
Let me add my voice to the chorus of all those who are so elated to see Ms. Rice with us this morning. Now, this afternoon, her reputation is impeccable, and of course, her work is well known to all of us. She has a reputation for proceeding in a very sober and deliberate manner on issues that can be controversial and testing, and so it's great to see her. Let me suggest that I was going to suggest that we bifurcate these matters so that everybody has a degree of comfort on the reports. At the same time, let me also note that calling for a comprehensive view means that I don't think that either a report or any report would be diminished to take in the perspective of other points of views, that there is a inherent value to having the report that Ms. Martinez is calling for, precisely because we need to know how people see the world at this moment. there are many truths that the city is experiencing. There are many challenges that we're confronted with. And for us to move forward, I think it's critical for us to be able to get a sense of how people see the world from their experiences and from where they stand with respect to all these activities that have been taking place in the city. And so I think there is real value in the second report. And I think that the process going forward should be that they are freestanding and independent, because then it'll allow us an opportunity to review what the thinking was in the preparation of the reports, how these reports came to whatever conclusions they come to without prejudging them, and what were the insights and how they approached, what were the values, the base values, as people went forward in terms of constructing their reports. And so I don't think that we are set back by having both reports brought to this council. We have that capacity to discern the value of the reports and how to move forward as policymakers. So I thank you for that.
Okay, Mr. Harris Dawson.
Madam Chair, I want to call the question.
Okay, let's prepare to vote on this item. We're first going to vote on the Rodriguez-O'Farrell amendment. So go ahead and call the roll.
Blumenfield.
I'm sorry, I thought we were doing a Rule 16 separate issue for that amendment. Or do we have to vote? We have to vote this down first for it to be a second issue.
So, well, we don't have the Rule 16 in front of us. Nothing is introduced, and I should just say that it's difficult to see how this, given that a special agenda has to come out 24 hours in advance, and we're at 1 o'clock with 1 day left before the recess. It's difficult to see how a special is going to come out tomorrow. We could certainly have a Rule 16 introduced tomorrow to go on the agenda right after the recess. That seems quite doable.
So the vote before us is on the
yes,
amendment?
and I should also, just point out that if we want to introduce Rule 16 on this, then Ms. Rodriguez would probably have to pull her amendment.
Okay, and then Struffen, we can still, because at the end of the council, we were still within, we introduce our motions at the end of the council meeting.
Yeah, you can do that too.
Right.
That's correct.
That's right. So
or could we entertain a Rule 23 given the timing and urgency to get this moving immediately?
No, I have to be honest, I don't think this is really appropriate for a Rule 23. I don't think you'll be able to make the findings.
Okay.
Do you want to move forward with your amendment?
So we can go ahead and hold the amendment for an introduction of a Rule 16.
So you're withdrawing your amendment?
Correct.
Okay. So Ms. Rodriguez has withdrawn her amendment, so we're going to go ahead and vote on item 55 as is. So let's go ahead and call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz.
Aye.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Weston.
Wesson, aye.
14 ayes. Item 55 is adopted as is.
Members, we're going to move on to item 82, which was is scheduled for closed session, item 82. So let's go ahead, ITA, prepare the room for closed session. And sergeants, please prepare the room for closed session. We'll be back in about 3 minutes.
que su jefe tiene las coberturas faciales para ustedes, que nosotros tenemos los recursos que necesitamos para lavar las manos, etc. Sin estas cosas, su compañía, su lugar de trabajo es en violación de este orden de la ciudad de Los Ángeles. Y por los trabajadores que no quieran regresar a un cerrado de la economía, yo también. Pero estos aspectos de nuestras acciones cada día son críticos, especialmente en estas próximas 2 semanas, porque hay desafortunadamente muchas indicaciones que el número de casos, el peligro de este momento está aumentado. Pero yo tengo confianza en la gente de Los Ángeles y en mis palabras por esta noche tener más detalles de estas acciones que nosotros podemos tomar a proteger la comunidad, nuestras familias, nuestros trabajos y nuestra ciudad. So with that, I'm going to turn to answering that in even more detail and updating all of our Spanish-speaking Angelinos on this. Thank you to everybody tuning in. Thank you for the work that you will do. And please, please go back to that mindset that we had just a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, of what we can do. And let's get through these 2 weeks and show that LA spirit alive and well again. Muy buenas tardes, Los Ángeles, y gracias por venir esta noche. Les he prometido que siempre sería honesto con ustedes sobre el gran desafío delante de nosotros. Tenemos que enfrentar la realidad. El COVID-19 todavía está aquí y todavía es mortal. Es tan serio hoy como lo era cuando primero apareció. Este fin de semana supimos que el número de casos COVID-19 global sobrepasó 10 millones y han fallecido más de 500 000 de personas en el mundo por causa de este virus. Y estamos viendo que los casos siguen subiendo en los Estados Unidos, en California y aquí en Los Ángeles. Ayer el gobernador Newsom ordenó el cierre de los bares en varios condados del estado, incluyendo Los Ángeles, con mi apoyo. Y hoy el Departamento de Salud Pública del condado anunció el cierre de las playas, los muelles y senderos de ciclismo durante el fin de semana del 4 de julio, empezando el 3 de julio hasta el 6 de julio. Junto con la prohibición de fuegos artificiales para evitar reuniones. Todos quisiéramos celebrar el 4 de julio, Día de la Independencia, como antes, pero este año tenemos que cancelar nuestros planes y tomar las precauciones necesarias para mantenernos seguros. Las órdenes de la ciudad y del condado no permiten que se reúnan con alguien fuera de su hogar. El reunirse con familia y con amigos ayuda a propagar este virus y solo necesita que haya una persona infectada para empezar la propagación en la comunidad. Además, hemos tomado una pausa en abrir más negocios como teatros, boleras, salas de juegos, parques infantiles, salas de concierto y parques y otros sitios de espectáculo. Sabemos exactamente lo que es necesario para mantenernos seguros. Evitar reuniones, lavarse las manos con frecuencia, llevar una cobertura facial y mantener la sana distancia. Hacerse la prueba de detección también es crítico. La semana pasada yo ordené más pruebas para poder satisfacer la alta demanda y este fin de semana le hicimos la prueba a 18,500 personas, en total más de 1 millón de personas en el condado total. Hoy tenemos la capacidad de hacerle la prueba a 18,700 personas en 23 sitios de prueba, además de 82 sitios adicionales en su farmacia local de CVS o un centro comunitario. Por favor, visite la página coronavirus.lacity.org/testing para más información y una cita ahora. También estamos monitoreando la tasa de positivos, la cual ha subido al 9%. La tasa más alta antes era 15%, notando que anteriormente había menos personas haciéndose la prueba de detección. Una gran parte de personas positivas ahora tienen entre 18 y 40 años. Entonces es crítico que todos tomen las precauciones para cuidarse. Además, estamos monitoreando nuestra tasa de infección, cuántas personas por promedio infecta cada persona positiva. Ahora nuestra tasa es 1.26 y este número elevado es la razón por la cual tenemos que tomar acción ahora para frenar el brote. Hoy el condado nos informó de 2.903 nuevos casos. En total tenemos 100.772 casos. Y una persona entre cada 140 es infectada con el COVID-19 en el condado de Los Ángeles ahora. Y puede infectar a quienes están cerca de ellos. Ahora es muy probable que se encontrará con una persona infectada durante su día normal. Y en esta próxima semana, este nivel probablemente será una persona entre cada 70 personas es infectada con el COVID-19. Es muy peligroso. En la ciudad tuvimos 1.221 nuevos casos, llegando a un total de 44.189, el número más alto que hemos tenido. Y tristemente, fallecieron 22 personas más en el condado, llegando a un total de 3.326 fallecidos. En el condado tenemos 849 camas de hospital, entre ellos 146 camas de cuidado intensivo y 1.147 respiradores disponibles. Estos números son muy fuertes, pero tenemos 1.732 hospitalizaciones. Este número ha subido y es el más alto que hemos visto durante esta pandemia. No podemos permitir que nuestros hospitales sean sobrecargados por el COVID-19. Podemos cambiar las órdenes al nivel del condado o al nivel local, pero la lucha contra el COVID-19 es nuestra responsabilidad, compartida. No importa su edad ni su posición política, todos debemos hacer nuestra parte en esta lucha. Esto significa cooperando con el programa del condado por la localización de contactos, lo cual nos ayudará a identificar personas quienes han estado en contacto con personas infectadas y limitar la propagación en la comunidad. Si alguien de este equipo te llama, aparecerá LA Public Health en su teléfono y por favor responde a esta llamada. No son agentes de policía ni les preguntará de su estatus migratorio, solo le preguntarán sobre sus últimos contactos. También significa llevar una cobertura facial. Esto es un señal de respeto y amor que ayuda a salvar vidas. Estoy agradecido a todos quienes llevan una y si no llevas una, póntelo ahora. Y le recuerdo a los negocios que visiten la página coronavirus.lacity.org/business para conocer los protocolos para proteger a sus empleados y a sus clientes. En esta nueva realidad con COVID-19, hemos tenido que cambiar la manera que celebramos y cómo lamentamos. Este fin de semana no podremos celebrar el 4 de julio como lo hacemos normalmente con familia y amigos. Pero este año tenemos que hacer nuestra parte para protegernos a nosotros y a nuestra familia y a nuestra comunidad. Con tomar precauciones, estamos ayudando en preservar el futuro de nuestra ciudad y nuestro país. Entonces, por favor, hagan su parte para mantenerse saludable. Quédense protegidos y, por favor, cuando puedan, quédense en casa. Fuerza y amor y justicia, Los Ángeles. Gracias y buenas noches. Thank you all.
I think that the ruling of the Supreme Court was the correct one. It was the most appropriate one. These kids, they have come here to the States without knowing what land they were stepping on.
I think it's a pretty good thing that people can start getting work permits that were brought here illegally, but still, they were brought here when they were very young, so I don't think they should be punished for actions they had no control over.
Exactly. They had no control over it, so, you know, they deserve opportunities just like we do.
They should be here. They have all the right to be here. It's not their fault that they were brought when they had no say. So it's only decent to let them stay here.
We have an opportunity to change the world.
In our country, we've gotten far too accustomed to and addicted to, in many cases, an armed response to almost everything.
This is also an opportunity for us to reshape and reimagine how we respond to certain nonviolent issues in the city.
And making sure that we have people doing the right job, that they're in the right place, and that we are utilizing our resources.
It's not only a set of reforms, but we have to change a culture as well.
If we're serious about making real change, then this is our moment.
The iconic Hollywood mainstay, Musso and Frank Grill, has announced their reopening after shutting the doors for 3 months due to COVID-19. The reopening will implement heavy precautions to protect guests. Such precautions include assisted parking rather than valets, no groups of 6 or more, air-conditioned filters retrofitted to include hospital-grade filtration and sanitizer stations. Opening in 1919, Musso and Frank Grill is Hollywood's oldest restaurant. In an effort to combat COVID-19, Mayor Eric Garcetti and Los Angeles World Airports announced the launch of the Terminal Wellness Project. Thermal camera technology will be used to identify if passengers have elevated body temperatures of 100.4 degrees, which is the current guideline for detecting a fever set by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The program is voluntary, and signs within the airport will direct passengers on where to go to receive the tests. local artists are being sought out to help with the Street Box Art Project. Taking place in Pacoima, Silmar, Mission Hills, and North Hills, 38 utility boxes have been designated to receive mural art on them. Help style up the neighborhood. Interested artists should send in submissions to streetboxart.com. You are invited to the online event for Soul Expression. This event is all about working on anything creative. Something you want to start, something you need to finish. It can be drawing, painting, knitting, singing, taking an online course, or even coloring in a coloring book. It is endless on how and what you could do during this time. Indulge in the type of art that makes us feel loved, seen, or even heard. Check out Soul Expression, Sunday, July 5th from 1 to 4 p.m. For details, visit their listing on Eventbrite. Take a live virtual guided tour of graffiti and murals of the LA Art District from the comfort of your home. Famous for its rich art scene, the downtown LA Arts District has long been a place where artists of many backgrounds came together to create, discover, and collaborate. All of our guides are themselves local artists, showing you the art they live and the neighborhood they love. Attendees will link up via Zoom to experience this one-of-a-kind tour. Don't miss virtual graffiti and mural art tours. For information, visit their listing on Eventbrite. The International Samba Congress is the biggest celebration of samba outside of Brazil. It's a unique 3-day cultural experience revolving around a strong, exciting, energy-filled rhythm, which is called samba. This online congress will feature classes, lectures, and participants from around the world. Don't miss the chance to get your samba on with the International Samba Congress, July 3rd through 5th. For ticket and program information, look for their listing on Eventbrite. And that's a look at some virtual things to do.
Not sure who to contact in Los Angeles when you have to request bulky item pickup, graffiti removal, report animal-related services, notify the city of illegal dumping, pothole repair, street sweeping, find city resources, pay your LADWP bill, and so on and so on and so on. Well, thanks to the updated MyLA 311 app, you have the answer to all your questions in the palm of your hand. Just visit the App Store on iOS or the Google Play Store on Android and download the free MyLA 311 app. How does it work? Well, let's take a bulky item for example. It's way too big to fit in your car, right? Just open up the app, touch the Create a Service Request tab, and this takes you to the Create Service Request page. Under Popular Service Request, right on top of the list is bulky items. Touch the tab and a new window opens up. If the item does not belong to you, touch the No button and fill out the required information. Check this out. You can hold and drag to move the pin or enter the street address or intersection below. Moving the pin is handy when the location needed does not quite match up to the nearest address or intersection, such as along park trails, the LA River, or on vacant lots. Hit the Done button when you are ready to move forward. Our new MyLA 311 system will now inform you of other open service requests at the same location to avoid taking duplicate requests. Next, touch Details. You'll notice there's quite a selection of bulky items to choose from. Once the item and quantity are selected, you can help us by providing even further details by touching the Select location of the item. You can even add more than one item to this service request. Once all the items are added, touch Done. If you haven't registered for an account, we'll talk more about that in just a bit. You can enter your contact info or choose to submit anonymously. Next, you can add a photo by taking one using the app or by using an existing picture on your phone. It's especially helpful to city departments if you include comments about hard-to-find locations such as next to this address in the vacant lot under the palm tree. You'll notice a targeted service date has just been added. This is the date you will need to have your bulky items out on the curb by 5 a.m., if not out already. Then, all you need to do is hit submit and confirm your service request, and you're done. A service request number will pop up. From here, you can create another request for this or another location, return to the home page, or exit the app. But before you go, you'll see we provided the information of the appropriate agency handling your specific request. This will help you follow up if necessary. Let's go back to the home page to check out some more details. Now, in order to view your service request, you first have to log on or register for an account. If you have an LADWP online account, you can use that login information. If not, you can still create your own MyLA 311 account. The process is very similar to most online accounts. You can also find city facilities near your current location by selecting the City Info icon. You can either enter an address or touch the funnel icon to narrow or expand your search. Simply select the areas or services you are looking for and then touch the icons that pop up on the map. You can look up information about city services from our City Services directory. Other options include city bill pay and even viewing city social media feeds using City Hall News. Now, if you prefer to use the service from your computer, simply go to lacity.org and click the 311 icon and then select your choice from the menu. My LA 311. It puts the power of City Hall in your hands.
Not it. Again? Dad. Dad.
There are other ways of saving money and energy around your house. Did you know that LADWP is now offering cash rebates for you to retrofit your home to be more energy and water efficient? It's good for California, and it's good for Dad. Let's make California a better place to live, starting with our homes. To get your rebates, go to www.ladwp.com/save.
Not it.
You mean so much to me, and we made a dream reality. I'm so proud just to see you rise and shine. Centaur, work hard, be strong, and let love be a guide. And all I wanna do is say thank you. And all I wanna do is say thank you. And all I wanna do is say thank you. And all I wanna do is say thank you. I was scared, insecurity got the best of me. Caught up in fear, false evidence appearing real. But your love and your light ignite a fire inside of me. And I came to believe in a power that's greater than me. And all I wanna do is say thank you. And all I wanna do is say thank you. And all I wanna do is say thank you. And all I wanna do is say thank you. I'm grateful for what I've got, who I am and what I'm not. Oh, what a lovely bouquet of flowers in full bloom, you're so inspiring. You put your trust in me and shared your gift unselfishly, courageously and willingly, with class and dignity. You're exciting and mesmerizing. You're sexy and tantalizing. Here's wishing you all the best. Cheers to you, and God bless. All I wanna do is say thank you. All I wanna do is say thank you. All I wanna do is say thank you. All I wanna do, Marsha, is say thank you. Sylvia and Marsha P, thank you. All I wanna do is say thank you. Marsha P and Sylvia, yes. All I wanna do is say thank you.
My name is Ken Pratt, Deputy Executive Officer for Metro. Welcome to Union Station.
Welcome to Union Station, the transportation hub in the heart of Los Angeles. This is your stop for LA history, art, and culture at the largest multimodal passenger terminal in the western United States. For millions of people traveling to and through the city of Los Angeles by train, Union Station will be a stop along their journey. Since opening in 1939, the Los Angeles Union Station has been regarded as the last of the great train stations. It is also considered one of LA's architectural gems, featuring a Mission Moderne style, an innovative blend of Spanish colonial, Mission Revival, and Art Deco architecture. Designed by a father-son architect team, John and Donald Parkinson, Union Station was created with the California lifestyle in mind. Union Station offers a spacious ticket concourse that includes a 110-foot long American black walnut ticket counter, a waiting room with 40-foot windows adorned with brass, massive Art Deco chandeliers, inlaid marble floors, hand-painted Mission tiles, and expansive shaded patios, towering palm trees, and a 100-foot clock tower. These architectural features, along with its history and cultural significance, have helped Union Station receive Historic Cultural Monument designation from the City of Los Angeles in 1972 and recognition by the National Register of Historic Places in 1980. Today, Union Station is more than just a transportation center. It is an experience for both visitors and commuters. It is home to the Trax Restaurant, one of the city's most unique formal culinary experiences, and the Imperial Western Beer Company and Streamliner Bar, as well as a variety of casual eateries. Artwork from locally renowned artists can also be seen throughout the station. Take the Metro or the Dash and enjoy the sights, bites, and culture of this architectural marvel and Los Angeles landmark. I am Ken Pratt, Deputy Executive Officer with Metro, and I invite you to come and discover Union Station.
The 2020 census is here, and no matter who you are or where you come from, if you live in the United States, you need to fill out the questionnaire and be counted.
Yes, there's nothing to report coming out of closed session other than that item 82 is being continued to tomorrow.
Okay, let's go ahead and take up item 61. Sorry. We're going to continue item 61 to tomorrow.
Yeah, so items 82 and I believe you said without objection, item 61 are being continued.
That's correct. All right, so we'll continue that item till tomorrow. Let's move on to items 44 through 46. These were called special by Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Madam President. Can we take these three items up together then?
Yes. No, I'm sorry. We cannot do that. We're going to start with item 44.
Okay.
And there's been a request as well for 44 for Mr. Koretz to recuse himself.
Yes. Okay.
So let's make sure Mr. Koretz is not on this item. Did you want to speak on this item, Mr. Krikorian?
Just briefly, please,
Sure.
Madam President.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to explain what we're doing with 44 and 45 very briefly. Members, you will all recall the difficult circumstances that we faced when the mayor proposed his budget. One of the worst aspects of that budget, I think, for most of us, was the concern that we all had about the service impacts and morale impacts that our workforce would suffer if we had a furlough imposed on virtually all of our civilian employees. That would be equivalent to about 10% of their pay and their hours. And there was strong concern among members of this council for trying to avoid those furloughs from taking place. Well, I'm pleased that by having our CAO work with our labor partners, labor requested an alternative program to either replace or at least minimize the impacts of furloughs. And most of us felt that that would only be acceptable if the savings were at least equivalent to what would be saved with furloughs. And the separation incentive program that's before you on item number 44 will do that. This will realize very significant savings in the first fiscal year, or else it will not go into effect. It will also realize ongoing savings if the council remains disciplined in the degree to which empty positions are filled in coming years. So we have an opportunity here with this separation incentive program to have real structural savings that go on for many years to come. And if it is successful, then we will be deferring our need to impose furloughs. And that brings us to item 45, which is asking that we delay furloughs for the first fiscal quarter while we are determining whether or not the separation incentive program in fact has sufficient people signing up to realize the amount of savings required. So as you'll see in the budget, we will be taking care of that as well, but I'll discuss that in item 46. But 45 would delay the furloughs so that they do not take effect as of tomorrow, which they would otherwise. So I would ask for your aye vote on both items 44 and 45.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Krikorian. We're going to go ahead and vote on item 44. This is the item that Mr. Koretz needs to recuse himself. So let's go ahead and call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Buscaino, aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz recused. Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
13 ayes. This item passes.
Okay, let's bring Mr. Koretz back on. Mr. Krikorian, would you like us to, you spoke on item 45. Did you want to speak on item 46 so we can take them together? I'm sorry, you spoke.
That would be fine if that works procedurally. I'm happy to do that.
Okay, I have one smart recommendation to item 46. If I can just go ahead and read that into the record. I'd like to refer recommendation 2 in the June 30th Budget and Finance Committee report and recommendation 5 from the June 29th CLA report back to Budget and Finance Committee. These recommendations are all related to the streetcar, and we need to wait to have a discussion on this item when that council district has a representation here in council.
Madam President, can I ask that those items be voted separately?
We can, which items, 45 and
45
46?
and 46.
That's fine. So that's my recommendation on item 46.
And
without objection, that will be the order sent back to Budget and Finance. Mr. Price?
Thank you, Madam President. We're on item 46.
Item 26?
I said item 46.
Yes.
When we move to that item, if I might open,
okay,
please. And are we on 46 now?
Yes, we're on 46. Well, we have both of them. We're on both 45 and 46. We don't have to vote on them together. We can take separate votes, but those two items are now up for discussion.
Okay, very good. Well, as I was saying a moment ago, members, when the mayor proposed a budget this year, this was one of the most challenging budget times that this city has ever faced in its history, and it only got worse since then with the confluence of the economic catastrophe that has resulted from COVID-19, the increased expenses that this city has had to incur to respond to that public health crisis and the economic crisis that came with it. We have faced a level of uncertainty and a level of threat to the financial status of this city that we have never experienced before. We had a number of challenges ahead of us because of the mayor's proposal. One was we needed to find a way to repay the special fund borrowing that had been required in order to meet the public health crisis. And that was in the neighborhood of $145 million that would need to be repaid to special funds. Number two, we needed to make some progress in trying to restore the reserve funds that this council has built up over the last 8 years to a point where we had the strongest reserves in the history of the city, and those reserves were essentially decimated in 3 months. So we had to, for the future health of the city, we had to rebuild those reserves. We needed to take steps in order to prevent or reduce the service impacts that would come from the furloughs that were proposed, and we needed to ensure that the city would be able to meet its emergency needs for the coming fiscal year and prioritize the most important programs and protect them from the most disastrous cuts. So in the time since the mayor proposed his budget, the situation has gotten worse. The Office of Finance has projected that our revenues are likely to be, in a best case scenario, $45 million below what the mayor assumed. And in a worst case scenario, as much as $400 million less than what the mayor's budget assumed. So we faced and continue to face in the coming fiscal year an enormous challenge. But I want to say that the actions that the Budget and Finance Committee has taken over the course of the last month and a half of meetings has made progress. For one thing, the proposal before you boosts our reserves to over $200 million. That's still well short of our financial policy of 5%, but it's significantly better than we were as of the last FSR, and it's above our emergency reserve requirement. By our action in item 45 and in 44, we will be likely eliminating and at least reducing the impact of furloughs. We've added funding to support the census and to prepare for redistricting, which was not provided for in the mayor's budget. And we've created a new process to manage the hiring of critical personnel that will protect the council's ability to weigh in on freezing and unfreezing positions so we can continue to have control over maintaining city services and operations. We added critical positions at fire, planning, public works, and streets LA, including the urban forestry division. And then, of course, the item that's probably drawn the most attention is we dealt with the police department's budget by approving reductions of $150 million in the LAPD's budget that are consistent with the reductions that other departments have faced, and in my view, were necessary given the magnitude of the financial situation that this city was facing. I especially want to comment, though, on that because Mr. Price, our Vice Chair of Budget and Finance, led an effort to ensure that not only were those savings realized in the LAPD's budget, but there would also be steps taken to approve $90 million, which would be available to protect critical city services, including targeted local hire, and to begin reinvesting in disadvantaged communities and communities of color and reimagining public safety. This gives us an opportunity to do those things. It also sets aside money to protect our summer youth hiring program this year, and the remaining balance will go into the UB reserve for mid-year adjustments, which we will certainly be needing to make throughout the fiscal year. And I know that targeted local hire is very precious to many of us because of the enormous life-changing impact it's had on so many. Targeted local hire will be part of the category of things that can be funded with that $90 million UB set aside. And then in addition to that, as I alluded to a moment ago, we set aside $40 million in the UB, which will be necessary in the event that the separation incentive program does not realize the savings that that we anticipate that it will. That $40 million will be necessary in order to make departments whole who are currently paying out the money that would otherwise be saved on furloughs. So we're setting that aside as an insurance policy to make sure that departments can be made whole. If in fact the savings are realized, as I anticipate that they will be, then that $40 million can be used to ensure that as revenues continue to decline, we don't have to make deeper cuts in the middle of the fiscal year. So I think what's before you is a good work product in a terrible situation. Most of these choices are not choices that any of us would have made in a normal circumstance, but we're not living in a normal circumstance. And so I am pleased with what we have presented to you, and I would ask for your, well, actually, Madam President, I'm not sure if we're going to be, I guess what's before us today is the Budget Committee's recommendations, and then we will need to have a separate vote again tomorrow. That's for correct. The specific transactions that the CLA will be required to make.
Yeah, that will be a confirmation vote tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right.
So I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you. Mr. Koretz, did you want to speak on item 45? I'm sorry, 46, because I want to take up item 45 if there's no other questions. You want to recuse yourself on 45, is that correct?
That is correct. I just wanted to make it clear that I missed including 45 with 44. It's a more indirect potential conflict, but I still should recuse myself and have been off camera up until this point.
All right, let's go ahead. Let me ask Mr. Price. Mr. Price, did you want to speak on 45?
46.
46, very well. Hold on. Mr. Lee, did you want to speak on 45?
46.
Okay, so let's go ahead and hold on. Mr. Price and Mr. Lee want to speak on 46. I'm going to go ahead and call for the question on 45. Mr. Koretz is going to recuse himself. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
Buscaino.
Buscaino, aye.
Cedillo.
Cedillo, aye.
Harris Dawson.
Yes.
Koretz. Recused. Krikorian.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
O'Farrell.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Rue.
Aye.
Wesson.
Wesson, aye.
13 ayes. This item passes.
Okay, let's move on to item 46. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, let me thank you, Madam President, for your leadership in advancing a discussion of creating a city budget that is more representative and that better serves all the citizens in our city. So we appreciate your leadership in that area. And I also want to thank the CLA, the CAO, and staff from a number of council offices who worked hard to identify specific opportunities to make our city budget even more responsive to the communities that we serve. Members, the soul of our city has been reignited during these past turbulent weeks, and we have the opportunity now to deliver a more promising future for the citizens of Los Angeles. Yesterday, the Budget and Finance Committee, under the chairmanship of Paul Krikorian, with members Koretz, Blumenfeld, and Bonin, approved my recommendation to reinvest $100 million from the LAPD budget into critical services benefiting the disenfranchised in our city. This is a step forward in supporting minority communities in ways in which they deserve, with respect, dignity, and an even playing field. For weeks, under the leadership of Council President Martinez, myself, along with Councilman Wesson, Councilman Marquise Harris-Dawson, and several other colleagues, we have been advocating to make deliberate action to support Black and brown communities in the form of social programming that advance equity, increase access to opportunity, as well as reimagining the police in LA. And I want to take this time to acknowledge Black Lives Matter LA organizers and others for keeping our feet to the fire and demanding more from our government. They spearheaded a movement that has amassed support from every corner of the globe and shows no sign of stopping. The conversations that we've been having today, from reducing the LAPD budget and reallocating the money for social services to changing policing policies, would not be happening had it not been for their efforts. And I know this won't be the end, but rather the beginning of a new commitment to collaborate as we work to achieve tangible changes that are long overdue. Colleagues, today we have an opportunity as a collective body to begin the healing process and demonstrate our commitment to combating America's long history of discrimination and racial inequality. I ask for your aye vote on the Budget Committee's recommendation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Mr. Lee?
Thank you, Madam President. Well, while it's important that we as a society and a city and personally, we all need to constantly strive to be better, but it's also important for this council to recognize when we have moved forward. And it is important so our city sees that our promises are not just empty words. Decades ago, our city made a promise to reform the LAPD, and that is exactly what we have done. The makeup of our LAPD now almost exactly mirrors the population of our city. Nearly 2/3 of our department are people of color. LAPD has made significant changes over the last 30 years that deserves acknowledgement. I'm very thankful, as I know all of you are, to the men and women of LAPD who have been tirelessly serving our communities through crisis after crisis. And that is, I'm not saying that LAPD is a perfect organization. There's always room for improvement, but it has been a model of reform. Other police departments throughout our nation strive to follow them on their community policing, use of force, de-escalation, and implicit bias training, and public accountability. Recently, when the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act was introduced in Congress, it was as if they took our LAPD manual and used it to write these reform measures. Over the last 3 decades, these changes didn't just happen. They were prioritized and mandated by the leaders who had the courage and fortitude to implement these policies and programs to make that change happen. We've made investments into training. And in, I believe, 2015, President Obama hailed our LAPD as one of the most reformed police departments. I believe he said the city of Los Angeles has a long-standing commitment to the principles of community policing outlined in the 21st Century Policing Report, and is actively working on enhancing LAPD's efforts in this area. That year, Mayor Garcetti unveiled the creation of a new LAPD division entirely dedicated to community outreach, community policing, and social media engagement. The department is also engaging in expansions of cutting-edge digital media technologies, including outfitting its officers with body cameras and several programs dedicated to deepening the relationships with LA's diverse communities while leveraging best practices in community policing. So, colleagues, the city's homicide rate is the lowest that it's been since 1962. Our LAPD has made reforms to become the best police department in the nation, and that needs to be recognized. Again, this is not to say LAPD is perfect. We have opportunity to reimagine response, developing on our model of crisis response to nonviolent issues, a new way for us to, the city to deal with, the people who live on our streets who are suffering from mental illness. But if we want to reimagine law enforcement and community policing, we don't have to look very far to see models that are already working. I personally have a program in my community where the police are directly engaging people. Our LAPD Devonshire Powell's Youth Center in my district, where the focus is on building relationships of trust between police and the community, has been a huge success. I mean, since we've opened our doors, juvenile crimes have gone down 40%, and we've had a real focus on good jobs for these kids and education, because these officers are offering school enrichment programs with kids as coaches, counselors, tutors, and they promote a trust and understanding between the young people of my community and the police officers. I want to be clear that I understand that the city faces real budgetary challenges. COVID-19 has had a real impact on the city revenue. However, I believe public safety should be the last and not the first priority we reduce. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, members, if there are no other comments on item 46, and there are no other changes to item 46, this item will be continued to tomorrow for an up or down vote.
Madam President?
Yes, Mr. Krikorian?
Thank you. I do just want to take a moment, because of the extraordinary time that we're living in and the extraordinary challenges that we're facing especially. Every year, I'm grateful to everybody who contributes to the Budget and Finance Committee's work, of course, but this year more than ever. And I just want to take a moment to thank the CAO, Rich Llewellyn, and his staff, including Jacob Wexler, Ben Seha, and all of the analysts who joined us at every budget meeting. The CLA, Sharon So, and her staff, and Karen Kalfayan and Andrea Galvin in particular. The staff at ITA for making our meetings possible, Ben Vuong, Valentin Perez, Aaron Lee, Andrew Wang, our clerks, Mandy Morales and Armando Bencomo. Of course, you, Madam President, and your entire staff for empowering us to be able to do this challenging work. To my Vice Chair, Mr. Price, who has made such an enormous contribution to this, and his staff, Marissa Alcaraz, and the rest of our committee members and their exceptional staffs, Mr. Koretz and Dave Hirsch, Councilmember Blumenfield and Jeff Jacoberger, Councilmember Bonin and Krista Klein, and then, of course, the inimitable Matt Hale of my office, who makes all of this run and has for the last 8 years, as well as my Chief of Staff, Caro Trogrosian, and the rest of my staff. I want to thank them all very much, and thank you, colleagues, for continuing to entrust us doing this work.
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian, to you and your team for your extraordinary efforts during these extraordinary times. So we're going to go ahead and continue this item until tomorrow for an up or down vote. What's before us now?
And Madam President, for the record, that would be continued to July 1st.
Okay, let's move on to verbal motions. Do you have any?
Yes, we have about 10 verbal motions.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and kick us off?
The first verbal motion has been presented by Councilmember Blumenfield to be referred to the Public Safety Committee. This is to instruct the Fire Department, with the assistance of the CAO, to present a plan to expand the advanced provider response units from 4 to 11 in order to cover more areas of the city and to respond to nonviolent, non-criminal calls that were previously responded to by the Police Department. This has been seconded by Councilmember Harris Dawson. A resolution has been introduced by Councilmember Krikorian to be referred to the Rules, Elections, and Intergovernmental Relations Committee. This is to support legislation and/or administrative action that would repeal AB 1838 and lift the ban on the taxation of grocery items, including carbonated and non-carbonated drinks. A seconder.
Okay, second by Mr. Rue.
Thank you. A motion has been introduced by Councilmember Cedillo to be referred to the Ad hoc COVID Committee, requesting the LA County MTA and the LA Department of Transportation to report on the steps each agency is taking to halt the spread of COVID-19 and protect the health of the transit riding public. A seconder, please.
Second. Harris Dawson.
Second by Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you. A motion has been introduced by Councilmember Blumenfield instructing the General Services Department to negotiate and purchase a sale agreement with the owner of real property located at 18220 and 18238 West Sherman Way in Reseda, and report back with the purchase price and terms and conditions of the acquisition. A seconder?
Second.
Second by Mr. Koretz.
Thank you. A verbal motion has been introduced by Councilmember Harris Dawson to negotiate an agreement with the MTA for the transfer of MTA-owned properties at 5795 South 11th Avenue and 3427 West Lawson Avenue from the MTA to the city for inclusion in the Destination Crenshaw project.
Second.
And that was seconded by
Blumenfield.
Thank you.
Mr. Blumenfield. Next.
Next motion was introduced by Councilmember Paul Krikorian to rescind the council action of August 2nd, 2019, relative to the allocation of $136,184 from the Studio City bid for sidewalk repairs. This motion will be placed on the next regular council agenda. Is there a second?
I'll second that. Next.
Thank you. The next verbal motion was introduced by Councilmember Paul Krikorian to amend the council action of December 3rd, 2019 to authorize the controller to appropriate $1,100 from the Capital Improvement Expense Program to the Bureau of Street Services for the Western Avenue Expo Line Station Linkage Project. The item will be placed on the next regular council agenda. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Bonin?
Yep. And
Thank
second,
you.
me as well. Herb Wesson.
Next.
Thank you. The next motion was introduced by Councilmember Gilbert Cedillo and referred to the next regular council agenda. It is to transfer Measure M Local Return Fund money for the completion of the Cypress Park Pedestrian Bridge Project. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you. The next motion will be placed on the next regular council agenda, introduced by Councilmember Gilbert Cedillo to rescind a prior commitment of Prop HHH funds for the West 3rd Apartments Preservation Project located at 1900 West 3rd Street, and instead authorize a commitment to the West 3rd Apartments Preservation borrower to support the project for low and moderate income housing. Also, to instruct the general manager to amend, modify, terminate, and execute as necessary any loan agreements and controller instructions to implement the project. Is there a second?
Second, Harris Dawson.
Mr. Harris Dawson.
And the final motion has been introduced by Councilmember Monica Rodriguez to be placed on the next regular council agenda, and it is to direct the General Services Department, with the assistance of the City Attorney, to negotiate a right of entry agreement with the Department of Water and Power for the Northeast Valley Animal Care Center. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Koretz.
Thank you. That concludes verbal motions.
Okay, members, moving on to the members. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Madam President. This motion is jointly presented by me and Mr. Harris Dawson, along with Mr. Price and Mr. Wesson, the four of us. The moving clause is, I therefore move that the City Council direct the Los Angeles Department of Transportation, LADOT, and the CLA in consultation with community stakeholders to report on alternative models and methods that do not rely on armed law enforcement to achieve transportation policy objectives, including traffic enforcement, moving violation and vehicle code enforcement, DUI details, traffic collision reporting and investigation, fare enforcement, bandit cab enforcement, and other programmatic areas. The report should review national and international best practices, identify resources currently allocated to law enforcement from transportation sources, and consider recommendations to perform enforcement services in-house within LADOT, or transfer enforcement authority from LAPD to LADOT, create new classifications and/or identify current classifications in the city that would be needed to carry out the aforementioned types of enforcement, utilize automated enforcement methods, and/or reallocate resources to public safety strategies that are more effective than enforcement.
Okay, Mr. Bonnet, do you have any others?
No, that's the only one.
All right, thank you.
And a second?
Well, it was seconded by Mr. Harris Dawson.
No, it's co-presented by Harris Dawson, Price, and Wesson.
So is there
I'll
a second?
second it.
Mr. Rue will second. Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the council authorize the police department to accept a donation of $350,000 from the Los Angeles Police Foundation to be used to fund an independent report by the National Police Foundation on the actions of LAPD during the recent demonstrations against police brutality and racism from May 27 to June 7, 2020, and request the Board of Police Commissioners to present the National Police Foundation report to the City Council for consideration once complete. This is a requested Rule 16.
Is there a second?
Second.
I can't see who that is.
Cedillo, second.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any others, Ms. Rodriguez?
No, thank you.
Mr. Buscaino?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I move that the personnel services contract with Janine Rizzi for providing services to the 15th Council District is set or with therein be approved, and that CV15 be authorized to execute the contract on behalf of the city, and the city clerk is instructed to encumber the necessary funds against the contractual service account of the council fund for fiscal year 2021 and to reflect it as a charge against the budget of the involved council office.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And one last one, if I may, Madam President. Ernie Wooden, the present CEO of the LA Tourism Bureau, is retiring. And we want to recognize his years of service. So I want to resolve that the adoption of Ernie Wooden's resolution, the Los Angeles City Council, does hereby thank and congratulate Ernie Wooden Jr. for his years of service in the hospitality industry and his many accomplishments, wishing him best wishes for a relaxing and much deserved retirement.
I'd like to second that.
Okay, Mr. Price
Thank you.
seconds that. Any others, Mr. Buscaino?
That's it. Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. O'Farrell?
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Price and I are co-introducing a motion, and I understand it will be seconded by Mr. Wesson and Mr. Rue, calling symbols of oppression, genocide, slavery, and white supremacy delusion are being toppled from their pedestals as never before. One thing that this movement for racial justice and anti-racism has laid bare is the fallacy of false and dangerous symbols put on public display. I therefore move that the City Council direct the Chief Legislative Analyst to convene a working group made up of the Department of Cultural Affairs, the Department of Recreation and Parks, El Pueblo, and other departments as needed in order to make recommendations on a citywide policy for accepting and placing statues, monuments, honorifics, and naming rights on city-owned land, property, and the public right-of-way. I further move that the City Council instruct the Department of Cultural Affairs with the assistance of other departments as needed, to report with an inventory from the city's art collection of statues, plaques, monuments, and other honorifics located on city land, property, and the public right-of-way, as well as a list of city buildings and facilities that have been named after an individual, group, or event. I further move that the City Council instruct the Department of Cultural Affairs to create a deaccessioning policy for the removal of art pieces and a process for renaming city buildings and facilities that are deemed necessary for removal or renaming.
Is there a second?
I understand that Mr. Rue and Mr. Wesson are seconding, if that is accurate.
I need to hear it
Yes,
from them.
yes,
Mr. Rue?
I'm seconding.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Wesson's going to second
Yes, I verbally second as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. O'Farrell, do you have any others?
That is the only. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Price?
That motion, I believe, will be seconded by Mr. Marquise Harris-Dawson and Mr. Herb Wesson. But I move that the Personnel Department halt consideration of a police officer's candidate's cannabis use when conducting and evaluating a background investigation, and that the Personnel Department report to the Council in 30 days on the status of this matter. I further move that the Personnel Department and the Police Department be directed to report to the Council in 30 days with a comprehensive overview of the background standard used to evaluate police officer candidates, including the use of credit scores and recommendations to improve the process to ensure diversity of candidates.
Second, Harris-Dawson.
Okay, Mr. Harris-Dawson to second that. Any others, Mr. Price?
No, Madam President, thank you.
Mr. Krikorian?
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm co-presenting the following motion with Councilmember Harris-Dawson. We move that the City Council request the City Attorney to evaluate whether Councilmember Jose Huizar violated Government Code Section 1090 with regard to any real estate development agreement or other contract to which the city is a party, and further evaluate whether such development agreement or other contract is thereby void or subject to rescission, and report back to the City Council with recommendations about the city's potential legal remedies. We further move that the City Council instruct the Chief Legislative Analyst, in consultation with the City Attorney, the Department of City Planning, and the Department of Building and Safety, to report to the City Council with recommendations for suspending the certificate of occupancy and reconsidering any and all discretionary approvals or entitlements for all projects referenced directly or indirectly in the federal indictment of Councilmember Jose Huizar, and any other project for which the discretionary approval or entitlement was induced by the illegal activity of Councilmember Jose Huizar. I further move that the City Council request the City Attorney to evaluate whether the City of Los Angeles should pursue civil remedies against the individuals or firms referenced in the recent federal indictments of Councilmember Jose Huizar and Councilmember Mitchell Englander for, among other things, depriving or conspiring to deprive the public and the city of their right to the honest services of employees of the city, including potential causes of action for recovery of foreseeable resulting economic harm. And we further move that the City Council request the City Attorney to draft an ordinance prohibiting any property owner or developer from seeking any discretionary approval or entitlement in the future from the City of Los Angeles if the City Council or any court determines that such property owner or developer has induced or conspired to cause a violation of Government Code Section 1090 or otherwise engaged in criminal conduct to defraud the city.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Krikorian, your motion was introduced earlier by your staff. It's been circulated. There was with signatures. I have Mr. O'Farrell and Mr. Rue as seconders.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Yeah, this was introduced earlier. It's been circulated.
Okay. Thank you.
Any others? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, what's next?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Posted and referred. Members, are there any announcements? Any adjourning motions? Seeing none, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you.